Hi, I'm Carlin Borisenko. In early 2020, I was the knitting Democrat who accidentally went viral on the internet for going to a Trump rally and then left the party. I became the conservative darling, was on all the shows, traveled around the country, and then realized that conservatives were no better than Democrats. If there's one thing that I've learned, it's that both political tribes are two sides of the same coin. But it wasn't all bad. On my journey, I became obsessed with understanding the woke ideology and the culture war. I broke the story of the city of Seattle doing segregated training with its employees.
How bad has this stuff become? The city of Seattle has now put out, I'm not kidding you, this is according to Dr. Carolyn Borisenko, who's an organizational psychologist. The city of Seattle asked its white employees to voluntarily spend a day off in a training about their internalized racial superiority.
I broke the story that led to the first ever federal lawsuit against critical race theory in the schools. I broke the Coke Be Less White story, one of the biggest anti-woke stories of all time. It got over 30 million views. Coca-Cola's corporate headquarters even had to change their outgoing voicemail.
Throughout the past few days, you may have seen inaccurate reporting on the content of our recently launched diversity, equity, and inclusion training program.
I exposed the schools in Burlington, Vermont for grooming middle school children live on the internet. They called me an unwoke cult leader for that. And the Vermont Human Rights Commission slandered me publicly as being a hate channel. I even got called a hero in Breitbart for exposing that the Washington Post was writing a hit piece on Christopher Rufo. I have broken story after story after story about what's going on in the public schools, from Cambridge, Massachusetts, to autistic sex education, to the Department of Education in Michigan, literally training teachers all over the state how to groom children. I wrote a book called Actively Unwoke, the ultimate guide for fighting back against the woke insanity in your life. I host a podcast all about fighting back, and I'm downloading all of my knowledge to you on my Substack, carlin.substack.com. The world is a crazy place. We are literally surrounded by cults on all sides. On this show, we're going to do a deep dive into all aspects of the culture war, and I will show you the dark, dystopian underbellies on both sides. Here are the commitments I'll make to you. I will always tell you the truth. I will always bring you receipts. And if you stick with me, I promise you will see the world differently. Welcome to the cult. Please mount that like button for me and subscribe if you feel so inclined. Well, hello. Happy Wednesday. Welcome to The Cult. The Cult is a show that I do Monday through Friday on this here YouTube channel on X, the platform formerly known as Twitter, and on Rumble, where we talk about, well, the culture war, but with a heavy emphasis on the far left, because the far left are the ones that own all the institutions. The far left are the ones that are winning massively, no matter how many conservative influencers say, we're winning. No. No. We're all getting our asses kicked by the left. And so on this show, what we have been doing a lot of lately, and will be doing a lot of for the foreseeable future, because I'm the only flipping person on the internet doing this, and I'm going to prove that today. What we're going to be doing is watching not one, but two woke trainings today. We've got a double header. Who's ready for a double header of crazy gender training back to back? We are going to watch the real woke trainings that are done in the real world by the real leftists who are driving the cultural revolution in this country, who are convincing both young and old alike of all these crazy ideas. And we're going to see what they're teaching in real time. And the reason I do it this way is because I don't think that reading an academic journal article and pontificating on the academic journal article from a year ago, 5 years ago, 10 years ago, 50 years ago, 100 years ago, I just don't think that's the best way to know what the left is doing. I think the very best way to know what the left is doing is to go and watch their trainings, to watch what they teach, to watch what they push in the real world, listen to how they speak, listen to how they're manipulating language. That's what we do on this channel. And we got a double header today. I want to show you guys what we're watching. And then we've got a couple orders of business. Oh, you want to wake up, Stony Baloney? We're going to talk about our friend James again, just briefly. just briefly, because I have more to say. Just briefly. But first, I want to show you the important stuff we're going to do, because as always, we are going to spend most of our time actually being productive on this show. Naruto, thank you for the super chat. Naruto, can we just take a moment to applaud Nevada for choosing to vote for none of the above over Nikki Haley or anyone else? Yes, Trump literally, well, it wasn't Trump, it was none of these people, but Nikki Haley literally lost to Noda. Now, in the Libertarian Party, people know we always have none of the above on the ballot. No matter what the election is, there will always be a Noda option on the ballot. Noda means none of the above. And so no matter how many people are running, you always have the option to choose, no, I don't want that person at all, which I actually think is pretty great. And apparently last night, Nikki Haley lost to Noda, which is like a mark of shame in the Libertarian Party. Not that Nikki Haley is a libertarian. Nikki Haley is as far away from libertarian as you can possibly be. But I think that is demonstrative of where Nikki Haley's campaign is going. Reagan says, personal opinion, I am better than James. Indeed. 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 Oh, I've got the hoodie with me. I've got the hoodie. Don't you worry, the hoodie may be going on at some point. You know, I maintain that my gender identity is Unabomber. So we'll have to see how it goes. Yes, but I don't have anything queued up from the president of the Czech Republic in the 80s. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh, I'm such a fraud. I'm an intellectual fraud. We're going to spend like 3 to 4 hours watching gender training today and breaking it down and explaining it. But no Czech Republic president from the 80s. If you don't know that's in reference to, don't worry about it. I know. Yep. Usually red is reserved for Saturdays, but no, sometimes I wear red. I'm an Aries. Okay. I'm an Aries. I can wear red whenever I want to wear red. Rottweiler says, academic papers are only useful to counter the claims of normies and useful idiots that these activists are isolated fringe lunatics, and then you can show this is legitimate Marxism, and that's only it. Yeah, I kind of actually agree with that assessment there, Rottweiler. I do. I mean, I don't think there's no utility to academic papers. I think that there's a great amount of utility for it. The issue is that no one else is doing the practical stuff in the real world. In fact, why don't we just start there? Because before I introduce you to the trainings we're going to do today, I did a podcast episode last night. I actually have 2 podcasts off of my Substack, which you can get to my Substack by going to Carlin, KARLYN.substack.com. And I have not 1 but 2 podcasts. I have the Actively Unwoke podcast, which is available on all podcasting platforms, Apple, Spotify, whatever. And this is my free podcast. And so last night I did a podcast called My Methodology, or How I Analyze the Left. And I broke down exactly why I approach it in this way. And let me give you a too long didn't read if you don't want to go and listen to it. The reason that I don't think that it's a productive use of my time to spend any time on academic journals at all is, number 1, everyone else is already doing that. There are more than enough people on that. Number 2, I don't want to. Number 3, there is no one doing what I'm doing, which is analyzing their practical real world training in real time right now. And I personally think that what I'm doing is much more practical and much more applicable and much more predictive of what the left actually believes and what they're teaching and what they're doing and what their tactics are. I don't think a journal article from 50 years ago is going to be able to give us the information that we need about what the left is doing today. Because that's the point, guys. That is the point. There are more, like, anyone can pick up the Gulag Archipelago and read it, and people probably should, but the Gulag Archipelago is like a really effing long book. Have I read it? No, not the whole thing. I've done bits and pieces of it. I would like to read it someday. But for my money right now, I think a much better use of my time, rather than spending like 27 hours listening to the Gulag Archipelago book, which is like, I have it on audiobook because I do audiobooks. I think a much better use of my time is to watch this stuff and to break down this stuff and to analyze the language in this stuff. I'm a qualitative analyst. I always have been. And so Other people can go read the speech from the Czech Republic president from the 80s. Like, I don't really care. It's none of my business, man. But this is the methodology I'm going to stick to. And if people don't like that, then they can go somewhere else. That's just the way it's going to be. Anyway, let me introduce you to what we're going to watch today, because we're going to do a double header. We're going back to back. Hang on. I want to get this one in. Rottweiler says, I 100% agree, Dr. K. And focusing too much on academic papers is James Lindsay's mistake. He's going stale and won't persuade moderates with it because of an overuse of academic language. Yeah, we're going to talk about that. So, we got Mark Meets World. I actually went back and watched some of James and Carlin Explains Things much better. I'm way better than James. Listen, man, I didn't start this little war with James Lindsay. I didn't start it. I was always nice to him. I always deferred to him. I always made excuses for him every time someone came and complained to me. I always did. I dared criticize Moms for Liberty, and then, whatevs. Then we see how much James values real world stuff. It was the ultimate test, wasn't it? Anyway, the presentations that we're watching today are around gender ideology. One of them, and I'm actually rather excited to watch this one, was just 7 days ago. It's on this channel called Family Equality, which leads me to believe that these are progressive, useful idiots, okay? I'm pretty sure the first training was progressive, useful idiot, and I want to acknowledge that because I don't normally like watching progressive, useful idiots, but they're not far left enough for me, is why I normally don't like watching them. Yeah, there's much farther left than progressive. I'm interested in this topic because this is a specific webinar about gender-free kids. What does it look like to create gender freedom for your kids? In the Gender Expansive Parenting webinar, we answer the question thanks to our panelists, Violet Augustine, she, her, Rebecca Willman, she, her, Eli, they, them, and Krista, she, they. So I think this is a webinar run by like a progressive, useful idiot organization, but they're talking about how to raise kids without gender. And so I just want to pop into that and just see what are we talking about? How do they understand non-binary? How do they understand subverting the gender binary? That's what I'm curious about. And then after that, I have another one. And this one is from the Association for Women in Psychology. That is the YouTube channel this is on. And it's kind of like, I just couldn't resist this. This is back from 2022, so it's a little bit older, slightly older. But look at that title. It just has everything woke all rolled into one. Unlearning, Cissexism, and the gender binary. So I'm pretty sure my next iteration of the How to Speak Socialist webinar is going to be a deep dive into queer Marxism to really, I kind of started to build it out in the first version of the How to Speak Socialist webinar, but I'm kind of learning how to teach the How to Speak Socialist stuff. And so like what I learned the last time I did it, and everyone, if you haven't yet seen the How to Speak Socialist webinar, head over to my Substack, Carlin, KARLYN.substack.com. I want you to go to My Day with the Socialists. And I want you, and there are two of them because one of them was back in October, but I want you to click on the newest one. On-demand class, How to Speak Socialist. This is what I'm talking about. What I learned when I did this one is that really the level one of How to Speak Socialist has got to be about understanding the concept that the greatest enemy of the left is capitalism and how they define capitalism. But in this one, I did touch on the gender binary and I touched on queer Marxism because, of course, the left believes that capitalism, which they define as private property, created the gender binary. The gender binary basically says there are men and there are women and there are two and you are one or the other. And because they believe capitalism created that, because it believes that capitalism created the social construct that put men in the workplace where they made all the power and money and all that stuff, and women in the home of doing the unpaid labor of raising the nuclear family, or literally birthing the labor of birthing the nuclear family, and then raising them, doing the unpaid labor of doing so because they believe that the state should be providing all the care, because really, after all, the children produced via the nuclear family are the future generation of oppressed proletarian workers. And so I touched on it a little bit in this, but I feel like there's just so much more we can do. So really, like, what you're seeing here is the reason I want to watch these presentations, and we're going to be doing a little bit of a heavy focus on the gender stuff coming up, is I want to deep dive into some of this stuff to make sure I'm rounding up as many clips as I can, essentially. Because my vision is that this is going to be the next level of the How to Speak Socialist training series that I'm working on. And so we're going to be watching a lot of that stuff because I can't make the clips if I don't watch it. So it's the way it goes. You guys are at the front lines with me. Thank you for being here. I do appreciate it. So those are the two things we're going to be watching today. If they start to suck after a while, we can skip around a little bit. I don't necessarily want to be here for 6 hours, but that's what we're going to be working on. Before we get into that, I do just want to remind people, if you have not yet subscribed to my Substack, please consider doing so today. Just head over to Carlyn, KARLYN.substack.com. You can sign up for free. But if you want to support the work I'm doing and keep me in business, because I am 100% grassroots funded by you, please consider a subscription for $8 a month or $80 a year. And all of the money that I make via the Substack is actually reinvested into spending my time doing this, spending my time doing research, spending my time breaking down the woke ideology, spending my time doing these videos, spending my time doing the How to Speak Socialist series, spending my time teaching all this stuff, because God knows no one else is going to do it in plain English, James. What you're seeing on the screen here is the 4th article in my newly relaunched Woke 101 series. Now, I did Woke 101 for the last couple of years, but I'm making I updated the Woke 101 series to basically be like short articles that are explaining different points about the woke ideology really, really quickly and simply in plain English so that anyone can understand it. I did launch the latest one last night, What the Left Wants to Abolish, otherwise known as How the Left Defines Private Property. Pop quiz. Well, no, I won't even do a pop quiz. We're gonna move right on beyond that, but I'll just give you the answer. The left defines private property as your home, your land, your business, an apartment complex if you're going to be a landlord. It also defines private property as the gender binary, which we're going to learn today, as your parental rights. So if you like having your kids and you like being in charge of your kids, they consider that to be private property. And of course, they also define it as your individual rights, your individual liberties. The left wants to abolish all those things. If you want more information about that, head over to the Substack and click on that article right there in the middle of the page, What the Left Wants to Abolish, or Things You Will Lose when they win. Isn't that the next Undercover conference as well? Yes. Yes. Thanks to you guys and the supporters on my Substack and people who make one-time gifts, which I appreciate all of you. I will be going undercover at a gender ideology conference relatively soon. I'm not going to say when, I'm not going to say where, because if I said when and where on the internet, it wouldn't be undercover, would it? But you guys know every time I go undercover, I come back with gold, and I really do think that this time is going to be no different. And that's another reason why I'm gearing up to do the gender stuff, because it's like, just, fate. Everything works out just as it should. Everything rains down. I wish Carlin and Buck Angel could speak. I like Buck Angel. He is wandering around in the dark as to why these things are happening. I've spoken to him a couple times on Twitter Spaces. I like Buck Angel a lot. What I like best about Buck Angel is his attitude. Like, I just he's got this good positive energy, and like he always has a good attitude about the situation. He takes a lot of crap, and so I have nothing but respect for Buck Angel. I think he's great. I'm not in an interview mode right now, to be honest. Like, I'll do interviews every once in a while, or I'll go on other people's shows maybe if I'm invited and I like them and I don't think it's going to cause me problems. But like, I don't know, man. I'm kind of just like, I'm just chilling right now. I'm chilling. I like what I'm doing. I like just watching stuff and analyzing it and writing about it. And it's just like, I feel like every time I get involved with other content creators, even if they're good people like Buck, and I do not think that Buck would actually be a problem, it's just like, it inevitably ends up causing problems. And then it's not worth it. And it just pisses me off. And I don't want to do it anymore. And that's no offense to anyone, but I'm just like, meh. Yeah, I'm like full on like hermit mode. I'm hermiting in my little corner of the internet, away from everyone except the very few people on the internet that I like. And that's just how it's going to be, because I have stuff to do, okay? Now, one of the things I want to talk about before we get started is I want to do a James Lindsay update. Because of course, last night, Daddy Lindsay was upset about me on Twitter, saying things that he didn't like. And so he posted a tweet. I guess he was trying to call me in instead of calling me out, which of course James would never try to call me out because that's something only a woke leftist would do. And James would never do that. Maybe James was trying to call me in. As the kids say. Well, I didn't appreciate James Lindsay calling me in. I mean, he's allowed to do whatever he wants to do. It didn't really bother me or anything. And I did a nice little rant about it. And basically, the substance of my rant is, James, you're not teaching your audience things that they need to understand, even though you understand them. And I know you understand them. And you know I know you understand them. But guess what, James? Your audience does not understand them because you do not teach them clearly what they need to know. And the reason I know that is that I hear from James Lindsay's audience all the time once they discover me and they come to one of my streams and they go, holy shit, I now understand this. I've been listening to James for years and I never understood it because he doesn't teach it clearly and he's so verbose and he uses his flowery language and he's all over the place. But you explained it in a way I could understand. Well, that's my specialty. It's not James's specialty. Now, no shade on him for that. And again, like, not everyone can do what I do. And I understand that. I've always had a very practical mindset when it comes to this stuff. I like breaking things down in the easiest possible language. And so it would make sense that I'd be better at it than him. And that's no shade. We all have our roles to play, man. I'm not going to go and read fucking Marcuse and Hegel and Foucault and all that bullshit. I'm not going to do it. So thank God he is. But the fact of the matter is that James Lindsay is now starting to talk about parental rights, all of a sudden discovering the issue that the things that the left are doing are going to deeply impact parental rights. And I just think it's a little ironic that I've been screaming about this and the abolish the family stuff for literally years. Literally years. I have made more abolish the family content than anyone on the internet, showing people what this is and explaining it and explaining how it relates back to capitalism and how it relates back to everything else that they're doing and how it relates to gender ideology, etc., etc., etc. And then James asks as though he's a fucking genius of the fucking world for just discovering that parental rights are under attack. And so excuse me if I'm like, bro, you still aren't teaching your audience what they need to know. So Paul today on Twitter tagged me, and I'm going to prove to you guys. I'm going to prove to you guys that James Lindsay is not teaching his audience what they need to know about this, which is really listen, man, James, you can literally steal my talking points, bro. Steal my fucking talking points. Pretend you made them up yourself. I don't really care. God knows you've done it before. But can you please, for the love of God, actually teach your audience what is going on, because you have a much larger audience than me, James, and this is actually fucking important. And if your ego is more important to you than teaching your audience what is going on, then you are the problem. I have been screaming about this shit for years. You have a much larger platform than I did. You followed me up until you blocked me on Twitter for criticizing Moms for Liberty. You know this. I don't know why you didn't just take my talking points fucking years ago and teach them that, because this is like one of the most important fucking issues that you could be talking about, and you refuse to do it in a clear and coherent manner. And I'm not going to apologize for criticizing him on this, because I'm 100% right about every fucking thing that I'm saying. And now I'm going to prove that. So Paul, and I have no shade against Paul. I actually like Paul a lot. Paul is a good dude, okay? I don't have a bad thing to say about him. But Paul does not watch my content. And I know that. And that's cool, man. That's cool. Paul is doing here what all of the different content creators do when they're trying to smooth something over, which is that Paul doesn't watch my content. Paul doesn't know what I've been talking about. Paul doesn't understand this as well as he thinks he does. And again, I don't mean any offense by that, because I think you're a good dude, bro. I really, really do. But when Paul said to me today, you have been doing great work raising awareness about wokeness, socialism, etc., but I don't understand your attacks on James. He has been writing about this and talking about it for years. Here is a few examples. here's how I know that Paul hasn't been watching my content, and no one's obligated to watch my content, man. You really, you're not obligated to watch my content. But the thing of it is that people like Paul who only follow James and do not follow me, they don't know how much they don't know. And the reason that they don't know how much they don't know is because James is not fucking teaching them. Let me show you what Paul showed me as examples and proof that James Lindsay is teaching about abolish the family and social reproduction theory and how it all relates back to capitalism and abolishing private property, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Let me show you the proof that James Lindsay is absolutely teaching the same things I've been to his audience. Okay, let's just take a look. The first is a screenshot of an article on New Discourses from November 22nd, 2022, after I started teaching this stuff. The video, this is titled The Marxification of Education Workshop, All Sessions. Now, I'm not going to take anything away. His Marxification of Education stuff is great. His Marxification of Education stuff is great. I'm not taking anything away from that. That's not my point. Education has been stolen from us and our children. Yes, stolen. It was deliberately transformed from within into something that is barely education at all anymore. Instead, it's a systematic programming of thought reform, brainwashing into neo-Marxist beliefs and activism. How has this been accomplished? The formal name for the transformation is the critical turn in education, which turned education from traditional models of pedagogy to critical pedagogy, the application of teaching critical theory to and through the education system. Its purpose to overcome what Marx refers to as the problem of reproduction, by which stable societies reproduce themselves from one generation to the next, essentially through institutions involving children, like religion, family, media, and especially of education. Here, New Discourses founder James Lindsay summarizes this turn in the first of 4 presentations of the Marxification of Education. Does that teach what abolish the family is? If I just read you this description, does that teach you what abolish the family is? Does that teach you the reason they want to abolish the family? Does that teach you how they're abolishing the family? Does that teach you the activists that are pushing abolish the family? No. No. I'm sorry. He's not teaching it. Just because he has the problem of reproduction doesn't mean he's teaching it. It's social reproduction theory, James. This is not fucking hard. No, this is not teaching it. It's not even close to teaching it. Not teaching it. Bot says, if I didn't know what you already taught me, I wouldn't understand it at all. Exactly. It's hard to follow. Beth couldn't pick up on that at all. Stony, did he teach it? Did he teach the abolish the family stuff in these? You listen to all of them. Did he teach it? Fendermean says it's too many words. Nanopie says no. Two Ladies says it doesn't even explain how they're teaching it. Reagan says it's not very good at all. It's like the introduction to a paper. He left out the meat and the main points. Stony, who listened to all 4 of these and also is a regular on my channel, says he ain't teaching it, bro. Maria says no. Not teaching it. Okay, let's look at the next example that Paul sent me. The Theft of Education, September 2022. Also after I started teaching this. How have radicals on the dialectical left, specifically woke Marxists, stolen education from our children? The answer is called critical pedagogy, which was developed on the back of the great Marxist religious revivalist Paulo Freire. Critical pedagogy uses Freire's ideas to solve what mid-century Marxists refer to as the problem of reproduction. There it is again, James. They use the term social reproduction theory explicitly, James. Why aren't you teaching your audience that? Which is the idea that socialists tend to reproduce which is the idea that societies tend to reproduce themselves, and especially that education can be designed within an existing system to reproduce the system it produces. Marxists thought that Marxists through the second half of the 20th century believed the problem of reproduction might be fatal to their ambitions. He's still not teaching it. This is not teaching it. It's not even explaining what it is. Two Marxists of the period, Paulo Freire and the critical theorist Herbert Marcuse, were more hopeful. In fact, they were optimistic about a utopian vision and laid out various programs through which they believed it could be achieved. They offered a partial solution to the problem of reproduction, and this in turn offered a renewal of enthusiasm from the neo-Marxist faith. Not only did Freire succeed in creating a utopian revival in the religion of Marxism, though he also laid down the tools to steal education right from out from under our noses. Starting in the mid-'80s, thanks to tireless efforts of Marxist educator named Henry Giroux. Henry, by the way, is not one of the people pushing social reproduction theory in the United States. We've watched Henry on this channel. He doesn't push it. American colleges of education started taking on Freire's methods whole hog and developing them into radicalizing academic failures and installed throughout our schools today. Social emotional learning, which steals our... So, is that a clear explanation of what abolish the family is and why it's important and why socialists are focused on it? Does that teach it? No. Let's look at the last example. It just says Freirean. That's it. So apparently James Lindsay's way of teaching abolish the family, which is the thing that's really attacking parental rights in this country, which is being driven, James, by Sophie Lewis and Emmy O'Brien and Chidi Bhattacharya and all these other fucking socialist activists. They lecture about it all over the world, James. Sophie Lewis literally on a world tour in Europe right now. She'll come back to Philadelphia at some point where she works at the University of Pennsylvania. Emmy O'Brien just did a whole fucking national book tour last year lecturing about this. You can also look at Jules Gill Peterson, who's the professor at Johns Hopkins University who pushes this crap. And none of them ever talk about Paulo Freire. Now, I'm not saying that Paulo Freire is unimportant because I do think he is important. But none of what James Lindsay is teaching gets to the heart of the matter, and none of it informs his audience what is going on or who is pushing it in this country and what they need to watch out for in their everyday lives around any of this. I don't mean to be a dick, but this is just reality. And what I responded to Paul with was, number one, I didn't attack James. I responded to James. And what I did is pointed out the flaws in what he is doing. Now, in my book, and I know I'm maybe crazy for thinking this, are the James Lindsay stands making the argument that I'm not allowed to criticize James Lindsay? Are people really making that argument? Because it is beyond obvious that James Lindsay is not breaking down these concepts in a way that normal people can understand. I don't even know why we're arguing about this. He's good at a lot of things. He's not good at that. And I'm tired of pretending otherwise. I am fucking tired of it. When I have to hear from people in James's audience literally all the time, in my small little rinky-dink YouTube channel, in my small little corner of the internet, that I am the one that is explaining it in a way that they can understand when James has not, that is fucking irresponsible of him. It is fucking irresponsible. If he understands what the problem is, and I do believe he understands it, because he is a genius, I'm not taking that away from him, but if he understands what the problem is, and if he is not explaining it to his audience, that is fucking irresponsible. Assuming he cares about actually solving the problem, which I actually don't think he cares about because I think he knows we're going to lose. I think he is very clear on the fact that we're going to lose and why would I even bother? I'm just like, he's muttering around in his corner of the internet and that's fine, bro. But if you're just going to mutter around in your corner of the internet and do the academic things that you want to do and you don't actually care about informing the public anymore, can you please just be fucking honest about it? Because the attacks on parental rights is actually one of the most important things going on today, because if the nuclear family falls, we are all fucked. And the nuclear family is going to fall at this rate. And I think it's going to be 10 to 15 years. That's what we're talking about. Do you want to have kids? Do you want to have kids that you have parental rights over? Because we're going to lose parental rights 10 to 15 years tops at the way things are going. And I can point out exactly who's doing it, and I can point out exactly who's responsible for it. And it's not Paulo Freire and Henry Giroux, James. No, wrong. Those are not the people who are pushing it. Henry Giroux is over 80 years old, James. He's like on the verge of retirement. There's a whole new generation of these people, and they're not pushing it through the schools as much as you damn well think they are. They're using gender ideology for that. That's true. But they're pushing it in a million other ways as well. James, there are literally fucking socialist revolutionary architects, that is actually a real job title, who are figuring out how to architect all of society in order to eliminate the nuclear family just by gently nudging people in that direction. And that has nothing to do with Paulo Freire, and has nothing to do with Henry Giroux. It has nothing to do with the Marxification of education. It has nothing to do with critical pedagogy. It has nothing to do with any of that. So can we start being honest about this, please? And I will criticize him if I damn well please, because it is irresponsible that no one else is saying this. Goddamn irresponsible. And in addition, none of those points that Paul gave me as evidence, and again, I like Paul, I really, really do, good guy, but none of those points disprove what I said. In fact, it only proves what I said, because even in those excerpts, he's not teaching it clearly. I mean, it really makes me question, does James even know what's going on? Does he? I don't think he does. Now, let's just do our due diligence. I just want to do our due diligence here. Let's go to new discourses. Let's look up the keyword on new discourses of family. Family versus the woke cult, okay. That's about family members getting taken over by the mind virus. Queer education, American judiciary, Hooters, joke's on you. I don't see any abolish the family. Do you see any abolish the family? Do you see any abolish the family? I don't see any abolish the family on new discourses. Maybe on his YouTube channel. Maybe on his YouTube channel he's covered it. Maybe. Let's go in and see. Why isn't he clicking into the YouTube channel? I just want to go into the YouTube channel. Why aren't you working? Maybe I need to reload. All right, that's not working. Of course. Let's go to my YouTube channel. You want to look at my YouTube channel? Let's look family. On my YouTube channel. What the Communist Manifesto says about abolishing the family. Anti-capitalism in the nuclear family. How to speak socialist. That's full of abolish the family stuff. Leftists really do want to abolish the American family. Abolish the family. Abolish the biological family. Abolish the biological family with our fave Sophie Lewis. Social reproduction theory. Abolish the family from Yale. That's Chidi Bhattacharya. Abolish the family with Emmy O'Brien. Abolish the family queen. Sophie Lewis returns. How socialists plan to have kids after they abolish the nuclear family. Communist activist Emmy O'Brien says the family is racist and should be abolished. The future of the family at the University of Chicago. We just watched this one this past week. This is a pretty great episode of Socialism Saturday. Why the Marxist left wants to abolish the family. Abolish the family at the University of Pennsylvania. A different abolish the family at the University of Pennsylvania. Different lecture. Communists discuss abolishing the family and they really mean it. Marxist demand, like, am I making my point here? Am I making my point? I have probably created over 100 fucking hours of content focused specifically on abolish the goddamn family. And the answer that the James Lindsay stands are giving to me is because he talked about the problem of reproduction one time in a way that he didn't even explain what it was. In a paper about Paulo Freire, who is not even involved in the argument that I'm making. That's proof. I'm sorry, James, but I am ahead of you on this. And if you don't like it, bro, maybe you should watch any number of the Socialism Saturdays that I've done on this. You should look at any amount of the content that I've created about this. And if you can't take criticism, then that makes you no different than the woke left, bro. So you can keep criticizing, you can keep crying on Twitter all you want that the mean woman who has taught more people about abolish the family and the attacks on parental rights than you have is pointing out your fucking failings. Brooklyn said, it's not his thing. It is what it is. And that would be fine, Brooklyn. That would be fine if James wasn't currently presenting himself as the fucking savior of parental rights when he doesn't even understand how they're being attacked. It would be, I would have no issue if he was like, you know what? Not my thing. I'm doing this other thing over here. Cool, man. We all have priorities. Not everyone needs to work on everything. But for James to be presenting himself as the goddamn savior and claiming that he's educating people about this when he's obviously and clearly not, I find that fucking offensive given the amount of time that I've put into teaching people about this over the past several years, longer than fucking he has. And I'm not going to get told by James Lindsay stands that I'm the one that's criticizing, I'm attacking him unfairly. I am not attacking him unfairly. It's not my fault he chose not to focus on this. If James wants to behave responsibly, he can get himself up to speed on what's going on in the same way that I did. That's all I'm going to say about it. Because that was way more of a rant than I anticipated doing. I thought that was going to be like 5 minutes tops. I had some feelings to get out there, all right? Starting to doubt James has any idea what is going on with queer Marxism and reproductive theory and just calls it all woke and groomer. Yeah, I'm starting to think that too, and I don't like that. I really, 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 really don't, but I'm but a lowly psychologist that just dabbles in this stuff in my spare time, and remember, I don't really know what I'm talking about because I don't bend the knee to Moms for Liberty bullshit. All right. That's all I had to say about that. I think I made my point clear. Now we can get down to our orders of business and we can get back on track. The very first thing we're going to watch, guys, is called Gender Expansive Webinar. And let me just get the sound set up. And now all the people who only came because I was doing a rant about James Lindsay, they left. They left. They came to defend James's honor, and then when the real work happens, they all leave because they're all gonna go run and tattle to James and be like, Canada's complaining about you and her feeding him, beep, 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 and they're gonna be sending him clips. But James, you're welcome to come to the stream and learn anytime, buddy. You are welcome to come to the stream and learn. Did I miss a super chat number 2? I apologize for missing a super chat. I know this term is far beneath HG Tutor, but when it comes to queer Marxists, HG Tutor is a normie. I know that's far beneath the... I know. Well, listen, man. Queer Marxism is an unhealthy obsession for some of us. And I understand why it's not an unhealthy obsession for HG Tutor. So it's okay for him to be more of a normie on that. It's cool. It doesn't take any of his narcissistic street cred away or anything. Just leave him alone. It's fine. He's like, I mean, at least he's talking about it. I'd prefer he talked about it more. That'd be pretty rad. But at least he's talking about it. All right, guys, let's learn how we are raising gender expansive kids in our first webinar today. Please make sure you mount that like button for me. I do appreciate it. Let's get this party started.
We're going to let folks trickle in. You're here for the Gender Expansive Parenting webinar with Family Equality. And we're going to just wait a couple of minutes until we get started so that folks can join. I've also just enabled the captions, so you should be able to see that, but please go ahead and send a message if you're not seeing that. Okay, and can I get a thumbs up from a panelist if you all are seeing my screen shared?
We did for a second, but it was a document. Yes.
Is this one right?
Yeah.
Okay, great. All right. Well, welcome everybody. We're very excited to have you here on this webinar about gender expansive parenting. My name is Sarah Hyde and I use she and pronouns. I'm the Director of Program Events here at Family Equality, which is the nation's leading nonprofit for current and future LGBTQ+ families. In this work, we know that there are so many different ways to parent in a world that is hostile towards queer and trans people. So we thank you for your interest in parenting beyond the binary. We're really excited to share space tonight for this common goal. A quick note.
Pop quiz for the chat. Let's see if my audience is smarter than James Lindsay's audience. Why are they talking about parenting beyond the binary? Where does that come from? What does that even mean? What do you guys think? Why are we learning? Why does there even exist a webinar called Parenting Beyond the Binary? I'm going to ask a really open-ended question. I don't want to ask any leading questions. I want to prove how smart my audience is today. Why are we watching a webinar called Parenting Beyond the Binary? Because they're trying to remove the nuclear family, because they consider children to be private property, but that's not related to binary, but that is true. Because of social reproduction theory. Why though? Come on, guys. I'm trying to prove that we're all smarter than James Lindsay. You got to give me a little bit more. Come on, give me a little bit more. I know you guys know it. Come on, I know you know it. They're talking about raising non-binary kids, but why? Queer theory, because the nuclear family upholds capitalism. Yes, it does. How does it uphold capitalism? Through social reproduction theory. They want to abolish the gender. They want to abolish gender because it was created by capitalism and upholds the nuclear family. Very good, but in a capitalist future, in a communist future, the communists, there is no gender imperative to ban the binary is the parent. Thank you, Kaiwan. I appreciate that. Because the nuclear family upholds the gender binary. Well, no. Strike that. Reverse it. Capitalism created the gender binary. The gender binary created the nuclear family. The nuclear family upholds capitalism. But so maybe in an indirect way, you're right. It is one giant circle, isn't it? But I would say that the gender binary upholds the nuclear family, and they need to abolish the nuclear family in order to abolish capitalism, because if they don't abolish the nuclear family, then they can never disrupt social reproduction theory, which is what the problem of reproduction actually is. The binary needs to go beyond in order to abolish the nuclear family. Not just go beyond, though, Michael. Not just go beyond. They don't want men to exist. They don't want women to exist. So it's not going beyond the binary. It's not saying there are men and women and then there are all these other things. It's abolishing the binary. Abolishing the binary frees us all and makes for a better future free of gender roles. Exactly, Alexis. Well done. Well done. They want to destroy gender in the nuclear family. They want to get rid of gender altogether. They want all kids to be non-binary. Gender is a performance. That comes from drag. That is why Drag Queen Story Hour is a thing. Drag Queen Story Hour is not about grooming kids into sexualization. I mean, there is certainly a little band of like people who like that sort of thing that have attached onto it, but that's not why Drag Queen Story Hour is a thing. Drag Queen Story Hour is a thing to teach children when they're really, really little that gender is a performance that they can change just as easily as changing an outfit, because their goal is to abolish the gender binary. That is the goal of Drag Queen Story Hour. The binary upholds man and woman, and this produces capitalism. Nope, strike that, reverse it. Capitalism produced the gender binary. Capitalism comes first, the gender binary. Remember, guys, capitalism is believed to create all the world's problems, okay? So the origin point for every single quote-unquote problem that the left has is capitalism. Everything else trickles down from capitalism, okay? Does that make sense? Capitalism created the binary. The binary created the nuclear family by putting women in the home to do the oppressive gender roles of having and raising the future generation of proletarian workers. That is social reproduction theory, because societies will reproduce themselves, which is why the nuclear family reproduces capitalism. So they have to disrupt. The nuclear family is the literal means of production of capitalism. That's the means of production that they want to control. Capitalism created the gender binary, which created the nuclear family, which creates future workers to uphold capitalism. Beautiful answer, Nick. Beautiful, beautiful. You guys are doing such a good job. If we remove the binary and push everything as performance, then anyone can be anyone. So the family does not need to be, thus all can be as a whole. Yup, it broadens the collective, doesn't it? Lots of great answers, guys. Awesome answers. The chat is full of them. I'm not going to display them all on the screen because we would be here all day, but everyone give themselves a round of applause. All of you have just explained this concept in more plain English than James Lindsay can ever dare dream. Well done. Well done.
On logistics, in the first 45 minutes or so of this panel, you're going to hear stories from our panelists about their journeys with gender expansive parenting. This will be followed by a general Q&A session once everybody has shared. If you have any general questions during the event, you can click the Q&A button on your screen and add your questions there, and we'll do our best to answer as many questions as we can. If your question is for a certain panelist, you can put their name in your question as well. So please remember to post those questions through the Q&A option and not the chat option. That is all of our housekeeping. And so with that, we're going to go ahead and get started with our panelist introductions. So each panelist is going to introduce themselves and share a bit of an overview of their family story. So the identities that make up their family, ages of their kids, where they live, and then they'll also share how they define gender expansive parenting and how they came into it.
Good.
So to kick things off, I'm wondering if Rebecca, you would be willing to go ahead and start us out.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much, Sarah. And I'm so glad to be here. Thank you for having me, y'all. I am Rebecca Willman. I use she, her pronouns, and I'm the Vice President for Community Engagement and Programs here at Family Equality. So I work here. I am just going to give a disclaimer that my spouse is doing bedtime with my kids. So you may hear that in the background, but I have locked the door. So
non-gendered language house. Not
I
husband
have
or
4-year-old
wife.
twins. I'm a white, Jewish, cis femme. I live in the Southeast. I am married to
Not woman.
genderqueer, trans, non-binary spouse.
Oh, good.
And we actually created our family with donated embryos from another queer family with a known egg donor. So our kids are full siblings with our friends' kids.
Fully queer.
Our half sibling. They are also half siblings with our other friends' kids, who's the egg donor. It's very queer. It's very lovely, and I'm really grateful to be.
This is like the very definition of a family of choice, which goes beyond the traditional nuclear family. Do you guys all see that? When we're talking, so what is the alternative to the nuclear family? The alternative to the nuclear family is the queer family or the family of choice. And the idea of it is that it's like any configuration of family model, and polyamory does tend to play into this a lot. Not everyone who's polyamorous is socialist, but a lot of socialists are polyamorous. And so they're building one old big queer family that is not based on biological kinship. The communal family. It is the communal family. The collectivist family. The collective family of choice. Exactly.
Be here tonight. On gender expansive parenting, I think I tend to be someone who goes to the root to be as honest with everything that I'm trying to do. And I think what is at the root of my parenting, or our parenting, I'll say on behalf of Al, my spouse, and I, is the idea that our kids are not sponges. They're not like blank slates of clay to be molded. But the idea that they are born with the potential to be exactly who they want to be. And that my role as a parent is to listen, to witness them, to create a foundational home where they are free to explore themselves in relation to the world, whether it's about their gender or their interests or what they find entertaining.
That would be funny, wouldn't it?
Regard to gender, though, that means talking about gender in really non-essentialized ways, while also validating what they're learning about social norms. We want to be expansive, but we want to be grounding. We want them to confidently navigate the world without having them feel like they need to be put into boxes. And we're in an interesting point developmentally because they really want to know the rules.
So Stephen has a question. Does Drag Queen Story Hour support the family of choice, thus being family friendly, or is it mere? So the main goal of Drag Queen Story Hour is to teach kids that gender is a performance. But to be quite frank, Stephen, I would be shocked, and I haven't looked into this all that closely, but I would be shocked if there wasn't messaging in there around the family. Just because these things always tend to go together. If we get gender binary stuff, it's almost always has mentions of the family as well, which we're literally watching that right now, right? This is the combination of gender ideology and abolish the family right here. This is like the real world outcome of that. So I would be shocked if they didn't, but I haven't seen any direct evidence that they have, but it just seems intuitive to me that they probably would. Is that Michelle T, the one who started Drag Queen Story Hour? I'm not sure. I can go back and look later. I'm not sure. Rottweiler says, it baffles me how James Lindsay misses the point. I wonder if it is a case of the more educated you are, the dumber you can be. I think he's probably very tunnel visioned on whatever he's working on at any given time. Like he's like an artist, right? And so like he probably gets very infatuated with some things to the detriment of all other things, which is why he needs to talk to other people. But he's not inclined to do that. That's his issue, it's not mine. Can someone understand why, like, help me understand why they have kids? Because they want them. Their values are different than your values. You do not share the same value system. A lot of socialists have kids. A lot of abolish the family activists have kids. Them wanting to abolish the nuclear family has nothing to do with whether or not they love their kids. Nothing to do with it at all. It has to do with abolishing capitalism, which is always and forever their highest priority. Good pause face. True.
Really want to get things right, and they get a sense of pride and confidence when they're like, I know this thing, like I wouldn't touch the stove right now because it's hot, and then I'm like, yeah babe, you're navigating it, like you're doing it, and so
exactly, Maldy,
with gender,
exactly,
we talk a lot about you can't tell someone's gender by looking with them, whether it's a person or a character in a book. But we can know more if we ask someone their pronouns or how they identify. And so we talk a lot about pronouns in our house. We talk about how those things may fit with what we think about someone. And I feel like we're very lucky. We have a very diverse
this
group.
Slime is like playing with a Rice Krispie square.
And but I think at the heart of gender expansive parenting is like, what kind of parent do you want to be? And that is really the way that I navigate this and so much of the other parenting that I do.
Yeah, I love that. I know I'm not going to touch the stove when it's hot. Thank you so much, Rebecca. Violet, would you care to introduce yourself next?
Sure. First, thank y'all for letting me be off camera. I just am so feeling crappy right now. And I really wanted to put my energy into answering these questions and not worrying about my appearance tonight. So
wait, is that
my family is basically me and my daughter Izzy. I just turned 39 this month and she's 8. I'm mostly cisgender and queer, though in the 90s and the 2000s I would have called myself bi. And of course we're talking about lesbian. The binary today, and you'll get an idea for my opinion on the binary and why I don't so much use that term anymore. But my daughter is a trans girl and she's quite proud to be herself, which makes me feel pretty great as her parent. And we moved to LA. It will be about 2 years ago on July 1st. And gender expansive parenting to me, it came naturally at first because growing up, I was what people would call a tomboy because I'd rather climb trees than play with Barbies. And that was always very confusing to me and kind of hurtful as a child because I felt like I was not living up to some unwritten expectations by just being myself. And so when I had a child, I already knew that I wasn't going to force them to adhere to any gender stereotypes and that I would do my best to not belittle or invalidate them or make them feel inadequate for being whatever way they ended up being. So gender expansive parenting to me is basically that. It's just validating my child's existence and honest expression for whatever it is and how it changes and evolves over time. And that's kind of a big one too. It's not just, just because she says one thing today, if it's something different tomorrow, I'm not going to force her to adhere to what she said yesterday either. And my goal in this is basically just to be listening deeply to her and to guide her towards the truest expression of herself at all times. And I don't know if y'all follow Gabor Mate's work, but I'm kind of obsessed with him. And he talks about authenticity as being one of our children's basic needs, and not just children, just all humans need to be able to be authentic. And so just guiding our children towards their authenticity, I think, is really doing everyone a favor, even if it's a little bit harder, as we kind of try to, brush aside the binary and like pave the way in a certain way. So yeah.
I love that, Violet. Thank you so much for sharing that. And I'm going to remember the authenticity as a basic need. I think that's really powerful. Okay, Eli and Krista, will y'all wrap us up with the intros?
Hello, Krista is
them.
doing, I think this is third round of bedtime. So she will be back down whenever Nico, I'm Eli, my partner is Krista. Nico is nearly 2 years old and just managed to climb out.
I feel like I could just be making this up, but I feel like this person owns a chest binder company that we've seen in like an episode, like a previous Vermont episode. I'm pretty sure.
Out of the crib, so we're in a transition phase of how we get to sleep. And Krista will come back down whenever that becomes feasible. In the meantime, my pronouns are they, them. Krista is she, they. Nico, we generally use they most of the time. We live in Brattleboro, Vermont, and we co-run Shapeshifters, which is a custom-sized chest binder company.
I told you. My memory is fucking second to none. I might smoke way too much weed, but my memory is second to none. It hasn't got my memory yet. Chest binder company in Vermont. I was right. $2, please. And the reason I know that is because they work with Outright Vermont. And they work with a company called Outright Vermont to put chest binders into school free of charge in the school nurse's office. I'm a goddamn savant when it comes to this stuff. Thank you, bot, for honoring the $2 super chat, even if it isn't a real super chat.
Which is relevant because it is by trans people, for trans people, and between our friends, our coworkers, our employees, and our customers, I could go a month without speaking to a cisgendered person. This is not... I'm pretty sure this is rare as a way of living, but it's sort of how it's happened for us. And our intensely well-connected trans and queer community up here in Southern Vermont, Northern Massachusetts, Southwestern New Hampshire, this area has
stay the fuck out of New Hampshire.
The plague, running a business, having a child, all of it. We live with and by the grace of our community, and it's been really lovely. We both tried to get pregnant for a really long time, Krista and I, and I was not the first choice for either of us, but I'm the one who got it. So I spent a lot of my time in pregnancy talking and speaking and writing about how it felt and how I thought it was going to turn me into a woman finally, and it really didn't.
So a they, them got pregnant and now has a baby and runs a gender transition company targeting kids in school. I'm sure this is all just a coincidence. Well, no, Dan, it's a they, them. Okay, it's a they, them. We respect pronouns on this channel.
And I came out of it with less of a gender than ever. So now we have this child who, so far as we can tell, has not grown a gender yet. Nico's a COVID baby. They were isolated until daycare, which...
Children are growing genders now? Is that a thing?
Started last September. So it's only been a semester of daycare, and daycare is a deeply hippie ex-Waldorf forest preschool that gets everyone's pronouns right. So far as we can tell, Nico hasn't grown a gender yet, and I'm hoping to spare them that for as long as possible. We'll see. Language is still an emerging thing.
Oh,
so
my
who knows?
God.
But I deeply vibe with gender expansive parenting as a practice of giving your child freedom. There's so many things that you have to set as hard limits, as hard no's.
Gender expansive parenting is a way of giving your child freedom. Let's just break that one down for a second. Because we know, because Dr. Mary Bowman said it at the Socialism 2023 conference, that until capitalism is abolished, none of us can ever be free. Now, that's not the only person who's ever said that. They say this stuff all the time. They say, this is why Queers for Palestine is a thing, okay? People are like all confused on Twitter, and James Lindsay didn't explain this either. Why Queers for Palestine is a thing? Because they believe that the uprising in Gaza is their grand revolution against capitalism, because they believe it's decolonizing the land from the oppressive force of capitalism, which they deem the Israelis or the Jews to be the symbolic force of capitalism, the settlers, if you will. And so the reason that Queers for Palestine is a thing is because until they abolish capitalism, none of them are free. That's why that's a thing. It has nothing to do with how Muslims feel about gay people. It has to do with they believe this is an exercise in decolonizing the land, which means removing the oppressive force of capitalism. But let's apply it to what we just heard. They want to remove gender from their kids' experience because they believe that in removing gender of their kids' experience, that's how they'll truly be free. So why is that? Because they believe that capitalism created the gender binary. So by removing the gender binary, they are creating more freedom for their children or their babies. That's what they believe. Does that make sense to everyone? This is why it's important to understand these things. You understand where all these ideas come from. You understand how they all tie back to each other. This sounds like word salad to all of James Lindsay's fans. They don't know what any of this stuff means. But we do, because we know how it all ties together. And that's important to understanding and assessing what the actual problem is.
For your kids. No, you can't eat the lead paint. No, you can't drink the spoiled milk. No, 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 no. This doesn't have to be one of them. And the more freedoms that we can open up and the more gates we can open, the better.
Thank you so much, Eli. I'm also going to steal the term grow a gender. That is perfect.
Perfect.
And I do see some questions coming in through the Q&A. Thank you. Keep those coming. And our panelists will answer some as we go along in that Q&A. And then we'll also come back to them at the end. So our next question for our panelists, I'm going to also put into the chat just in case it helps anyone to be able to read that question. We would love to hear what practices you incorporated into your parenting to support gender freedom for your child or children. And we can either go, whoever wants to go first can kick us off. Or we can go in order again.
Go ahead, Eli.
Okay, I'm already unmuted. I'm on a roll. Reading books to Nico, I substitute
Thank
language
you.
wherever it feels right. The Little Engine That Could is a favorite in this house, and it contains the phrase "good boys and girls" over the mountain, maybe a dozen times. So I say good little children. I doubt Nico notices, but maybe someday they would notice if boys and girls were the only options. So if I just take that out and say good little children, then there is not that narrowing of the world implicit in the story. A lot of books like that, when I'm reading them, I just put different words in wherever it feels right or important. Nico has no gender online. I use they, them in Facebook posts. I don't know if this is important now, but it feels like laying the groundwork for later. And I can't emphasize enough also sending them to a forest preschool where everybody wears the pants just because there's ticks and also snow sometimes, that gets everyone's pronouns right and also doesn't care if a kid, in fact, I wouldn't say they don't care. They deeply care if a kid comes in next week with different pronouns and they put in the effort and they get it right. Having that support on the day-to-day basis was a huge part of our daycare selection process. And again, we expect it to be more relevant in the coming years than it is right now when language development is still a thing, but having the groundwork there and getting them into the daycare that we really like for this.
Okay, so first off, Iris, I would say that if you ever start off a chat with, at the risk of Carlin reprimanding me, what that signals to me is you want me to reprimand you. I don't like that, Iris. I don't like this. This is a fucking victim thing that conservatives do. Don't be a fucking conservative victim in my chat, because I will reprimand you and I will make it clear how I feel about it. It's hard to say whether the gender expansive parents are dumb, stupid, ignorant, abusive, narcissistic, or any combination of all the above. Okay, well, let's just start with dumb and stupid. If these people are dumb and stupid, then you are currently losing to dumb and stupid. And so if you are currently losing to dumb and stupid, then what does that say about you? Dumb, stupid, ignorant. I mean, you can throw ignorant in there as well. Are they abusive? Yeah, this is really emotionally abusive what they're doing to their kids. Is it narcissistic? I do not like when the people throw around the word narcissistic as an insult. I think narcissistic personality disorder is actually a serious thing. It means something. And I think it really belittles the point to throw it out when people do things that you don't like, because it represents a fundamental misunderstanding of why this is actually happening. At its core, these people have very different values than you do. That is the core of what we're talking about. They see the world in a different way. They do not share your values. A lot of people don't share your values, and they have no obligation to act in a way that they do. Okay? That's the core of what we're talking about. That's the core of the entire woke psychology, is that they don't have the same values as we do. That's the problem that needs to be solved for. Where did that value development happen? Well, some might argue that the value development happens in the home, which is one of the reasons why they want to destroy the nuclear family in the first place. It also means that if you have any conservatives that have children that get sucked into this ideology, it means they failed as parents. So it's probably best to stop blaming the perceived dumb, stupid, ignorant leftists, because you guys have your kids in the home. And if your kids are getting sucked into all this cult bullshit, that's because you had a failing along the way. And it seems to me that they're pretty smart in order to be capitalizing on that so they can advance their own values and create the world that they want to. I'm so sick of hearing from the right, these people are dumb and stupid. If they're so dumb and stupid, then why are they kicking your ass?
That's a really good tip. Just changing language in books as you read to make it more inclusive. Thanks for that. Becca or Violet, are either of you ready?
I could just piggyback off of that, because I wasn't going to answer this question at first because I thought I kind of already answered it with our intro, but it's true. That is a thing that seems like it's a small change, just changing language. That is pretty basic, because I notice all the time in so much media that
Well, Iris, if you want to keep getting reprimanded by me, you're doing a great job. I would argue that conservative Christians are also equally abusive to their children by indoctrinating them into a Christian cult. So that goes on both sides. That goes on both sides. If you want to argue that these people are motivated by abusing their kids, I would argue that conservative Christians are doing the same thing. You want to go down that route? I don't think that's a productive use of our time, but No, they have different values than you do. They believe they're helping them. They have different values than you do. I don't know why conservatives can't wrap their head around this very basic concept. Conservatives, you don't get to dictate values for everyone else. Different people see the world differently than you do. That doesn't make them dumb or stupid or abusive or narcissistic or any of these things. I don't even know why we're talking about this anymore.
Watch, people are always like wife and husband or man and woman, and I'm just like, how hard is it to say spouse or just say person, and I think that's a subtle change that can actually make a huge difference.
And it sounds like both of you are modeling that for your children so that they're going to be fluent in that language without even realizing it.
Ding, ding, ding.
Which many of us did not grow up in a home or in communities where there was that kind of gender expansive language or framing of the world. And so we've learned it as young adults, teenagers, adults, older adults, whatever age range we're in right now. But creating just that immersive gender expansion that they're swimming in and they don't even realize it is kind of a beautiful thing. Becca, I'd love to hear from you.
Yeah, I was like clapping with Eli about, because The Little Engine That Could, man, they love that book. And we do the same thing. Sometimes we'll be like the good little girls, boys, trans, and non-binary children, or sometimes we'll be like the good little children or whatever, but we do the same thing. And we do that in books all the time. We still do it. It's interesting. So I have twins. They just turned 4, so they're still feeling very toddlerish to me. Star was assigned female at birth. Sam was assigned male at birth. And right now they are like super cisgender, which is really interesting for me and my spouse. And they may stay that way like for eternity. And so one of the things,
Iris, if you want to keep arguing with me, we can keep going back and forth. But Christian conservatives are extremely abusive to their children. Christian conservatives put their kids in churches that resulted in them getting sexually abused. Are you in favor of taking all kids away from Christian conservatives? Because I would be in favor of that. I think we should abolish parental rights for all Christian conservatives, Iris, because they have different values than me, and I don't agree with the way they're raising their kids. And I think raising your kids in any sort of religious indoctrination is akin to raising them in a cult. And I think it's extremely psychologically abusive. And quite frankly, there's been more sexual abuse in the church than any other institution. So don't tell me they're not abusing their kids. If you want to keep arguing with me, we can go round for round for round, and you will be responsible for stopping the video every single time because you want to demonize people that have different values than you rather than understanding them. The goal of this is to understand them. If you are not here to understand them, then what the fuck are you doing here?
that we do is always come back to them like self-identifying. So if someone's like, how are you doing? Or they may mistake Sam for a girl because he has long hair and sometimes he wears bow socks or pink and flower pants or skirts or whatever,
Mark, this is a great example, Iris. Mark, who is an amazing person and a trans man, and we don't care if people are trans on this channel. Mark is allowed to do whatever he wants. Mark is an adult. I grew up Christian conservative, and my parents sent me to a mental hospital when I came out as a lesbian. You're going to tell me that's not emotionally abusive? Sounds pretty emotionally abusive to me. You want to demonize one side? I will come right back and show you how your side is no fucking different. So now, maybe we can all refocus and listen to what is going on. And maybe if anyone wants to keep arguing with me, I'll just time them out in the chat so they can.
Being like, Sam, did you want to tell this person that you're a boy, or would you like me to? And a lot of times he'll say no. And so really like always leaving the door open for the expansion to happen, the change, right? There's like this foundation that they are able to decide, and that doesn't mean that they have to be that way forever. I think, like when it comes to their clothes, they choose their clothes. When it comes to their toys, they choose their toys. Star right now really wants princess dresses and ballet, and Sam really wants to build stuff. And you know what? you got it, kid. Like again, it comes back to me wanting to support exactly who they want to be, and say to them through my actions, like, you're perfect in who you are. Your interests are valid, and I want to nourish and feed who you want to be and what you're intrigued by. I think really we want to instill in them that their curiosities and interests are valid and worthy, whether or not they seem conformist or whether or not they seem expansive. And that's not up to us to make that call. That's up to them. One of the things that I debated on sharing, but I feel like y'all are here. This is why we're here to talk. So I'm going to share it and be real. Again, with the age that my kids are, young kids are very literal. And again, they're trying to figure out the rules. In our home, we don't talk about bodies as gendered, but we are trying to help them understand the world and instill feelings of safety and belonging. And so this may be a little bit tricky or oversimplified for like our adult and gender diverse or gender expansive communities. There are certain ways that we have talked about bodies. Sam is the only person in our house who has a penis, and he knows that cis boys typically have penises. He right now says that he is a cis boy. And he also knows that many trans girls have penises, and he knows that there are many non-binary folks that also
Everyone
have
can have a
penises.
penis.
And so we've really tried to provide expansive information, especially in relation to what I was provided as a kid, but not so expansive that genders and bodies are meaningless and that they don't know where they fit or how to fit. For my son, who likes to be called my son, it is important for him that those things are seen and named. Yes, you belong in this world. Yes, your body is perfect. And so again, the way that we talk about these things is all open to change. As they get older, we'll talk about more and more nuance. That said, the only thing is we do a lot of talk about pronouns rather than girl, boy, non-binary. They know that people can use she, her, she, they, he, they, all of the pronouns, none of the pronouns. And that is typically how they opt to identify people.
Thanks, Becca. And I've had the joy of getting to spend some time with Sam and Star, and I just can't tell you how it feels to have a 3.5-year-old ask you what your pronouns are, or ask me what my sweetheart's pronouns are, or walk around and say, when someone says that their pronouns are he, they, that means you use he and they.
Angel Eyes, I just want to acknowledge you. Thank you for being a member of the channel. Discovering Carlin sent me through 5 stages of death: shock, learning, unlearning, relearning, accepting. It's true. I appreciate you sticking around as long as you have, Angel Eyes.
Those are what 3.5-year-olds are doing in Becca and Al's home. And I think that's so beautiful. And, you know, I will say, as a genderqueer femme, I have a lot of the same interests as Star. I would say that we
this
have
person is genderqueer.
fashion sense. And
Genderqueer.
So even Star and Sam
Really?
having an interest in typical girl things or typical boy things in a stereotypical way, there can still be gender expansiveness in that. And I just love all the possibilities that are there. So we're going to move on to our next question. I did see someone in the chat asked if this is being recorded, and it is. We're also planning on doing a little summary at the end that we'll send out via email in a couple of weeks with some of the notes. So our next question for our panelists, I will put into the chat again. I think that Violet might want to start us off with her answer to this question, but we would really benefit from hearing about what challenges have come up and how did you deal with them in your gender expansive parenting journey?
Sure. I'm assuming I'm starting because this is going to be a long story. I'm going to try to keep it under 3 minutes though. So I mean, the biggest challenge that I faced with my trans daughter is that we were living in Texas. And so it was basically the state's political agenda that was the challenge. If you hear her, that's her on the patio painting and knocking on the window right now. So my response to that was maybe considered extreme because I moved us 1,500 miles away to another state and region. But I would say that that was extreme, but I've noticed that a lot of other parents are making that same decision. So it's seeming to become less and less extreme these days to make that kind of decision. Oh my God, I'm so distracted by the knocking. Hi. Okay. So I started to basically, like, politically in Texas, kind of started to see the writing on the wall in 2019, with Texas's response to gender expansive parenting. And so I kind of just like made a mental note and kind of started maybe subconsciously making strategic plans, because we had a really well established life in Texas.
Can I tell you a story about this? So I noticed some women call themselves genderqueer, but they just don't shave their armpits. Yeah. That's very true. Like a lot of, like, I've seen this on like college campuses when I've been like on like just like, skulking around at their things. And it's actually really funny. Like they look like total women and they don't shave their armpits or their legs. I remember like when I went to the Socialist Reproductive Justice Conference, I was sitting in this one session and it was a session about male supremacy. And I was sitting in like literally the dead center of the room. And there was like this big table that I was sitting at that had all these like female college students around it. And every single one of them, because it was like in late April, so it was like warm basically. And so every single one of them had like tank tops or something like that on, so you could see that they didn't shave their armpits. They also didn't shave their legs. And I was surrounded, and no judgment. Like I don't really care either way, but it was just like, it was a bizarre experience for me to be like literally smack dab in the middle of the room, surrounded by a bunch of genderqueer femmes who just didn't shave their armpits and their legs, and the rest of them looked like women. And some of them had shaved heads too. And I was like, I'm really surrounded now. Like, is this what it's like to be in college now? Truly, like, is this what it's like to be in college now? I still shaved when I was in college. Like, I mean, is this what men have to deal with in college now? Would I consider not shaving for the gender conference? Maybe. We'll see. That would certainly add to the outfit, wouldn't it?
Texas, and all our family is still there. But I knew it wasn't going to be right for us long term. So I started putting things into place to make the move possible. So in my case, I had to get support from her dad because we legally share custody. But I did that the day that Greg Abbott and Ken Paxton published their directive. I just was sure to get his confirmation via text so that I could have it, on record that moving her out of state was going to be the next viable move. And then I started working on my resume. And, one of the positive things that comes out of these type of crisis situations is that there are a lot of people willing to help out. And I found that during this time more than any other time I've seen in my life. And so Rainbow Kids is a group based in LA for queer families.
Rainbow Kids.
There's also another group called Rainbow Warriors, and Rainbow Kids is kind of mostly for LGBTQ plus parents and families, and Rainbow Warriors is more for LGBTQ plus kids.
Rainbow
and we're
Warriors.
basically a member of both of those groups, but it was the former that I basically reached out to all of my network, and I was like, look, this is what we have to do. We've got to move. Any and all connections and support and ideas, just fucking I'm sorry, my language. Just let me have them. And
thank you, Bot.
Sorry. That's how I was connected with Rainbow Kids. And they hooked me up with a resume writer who was willing to donate time basically to help people in my situation. And so he helped me beef up my resume and create a strategy for finding a job in LA. I'm going to try to skip around because this is such a long story.
I don't know if that's the right one.
It was basically either New York or LA. And because of Rainbow Kids is basically why we chose LA. I was following this YouTube channel called Self-Made Millennial, and she like helps people find jobs. I basically followed all of her advice, which is how it totally worked. And I got a job in LA within 3 months, and it was the perfect job to make this situation possible. I reached out to Erin Reed on Twitter about our situation, and she told us to create a GoFundMe, which I did, and she boosted, and we got our move to LA completely funded in a day because of her exposure. I responded to media also when they contacted me, because I knew that if I spread this story, then our GoFundMe would get more attention. And this is kind of like the big point that I want to make about the challenges and the way I dealt with the challenges, is that a lot of people in my circle and even in my family kind of looked down on me for going and speaking with the media about our situation as if I was like selling myself or selling my family. And in a way, maybe I was, but the situation was so that, God forbid, you find yourself in a crisis like that. Like, wouldn't you do everything in your power to get your child to safety? And that's what, and so I, like I said, I played very strategic, made very strategic moves and decisions, and not everyone understood what I was doing, but it worked, and we're here now. And life is not perfect by any stretch of the imagination, but it is vastly improved from what it was. And it all sounds really easy to talk about it now, but I definitely felt like I was going to drop dead from a heart attack from all the stress that those first like 6 months of 2021, or was that 2022? I can't even remember now. But you know, as long as we can continue to afford to live here, this feels like a place I can stay and raise my child, which is huge. And
Thank you, Bot.
That's why I made all the decisions that I did. So, yeah.
Thank you, Violet. I'm really glad that you got to where you are, and it really resonates just hearing, wouldn't you do anything for the safety and well-being of your child? So I really appreciate your story. Becca or Eli or Krista, if you're there, pass it over to y'all.
Krista's still upstairs. I have a very short and lighthearted story in comparison, which is just that both grandmas, both of our mothers, who are wonderful parents and are wonderful grandparents, and we love them, and Nico loves them, they cannot deal with they, them pronouns, which is fun for me, and especially not for a baby who they think they know. The impulse for the grandma to have the authority has been really strong, and it's something that we have to strategically decide whether we're going to push back against at any given moment. If there is like a gendered effusive expression of affection, like, oh my sweet grandson, oh my sweet baby boy, maybe that's a moment where we just step back. The day I gave birth, my mother on the phone asked me what restrooms my child would use in kindergarten. That I pushed back against after I'd had some sleep and like collected myself about that, because the child...
That grandmother is taking no shit, and I love it. Based grandma. Grandma's like, I bet you grandma's a conservative, and grandma is like trying to like, it's like she's being a bitch. She's being a bitch. She knows this question is gonna piss her off, and she does it anyway.
It was literally not 24 hours old. And you know, it's different when it's family who you otherwise get along with, or family who you are invested in having a good relationship with. The ongoing challenge of just,
thanks, Pop,
pick your battles, push here, don't push there. Hey, this wasn't okay. That's been just an ongoing, I don't even want to say it's a fight, but challenge is the word.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that is the challenge that many parents share is, how do I bring relatives into this gender expansive parenting approach when they're struggling with it? So I think that is very real, and probably a lot of folks who are on this call can relate to. What about you, Becca?
Yeah, I mean, and I think to Eli's point, like, that is also a thing about parenting, about gender and not, right? It's like, when do you start feeding your kids? When do you start not when do you change the nighttime routine? How long are they going to be in the cribs? How long are they going to be in your room? Are they going to co-sleep forever? Like whatever it is, there's always like 45 bajillion things that everyone's going to say, and grandparents are going to push harder and they're going to push our buttons more.
Okay. Hang on.
So,
Douglas, I know you mean well, but you're putting a lot of stuff in my chat that has nothing to do with the presentation that we're watching, and I prefer to keep people focused on the presentation we're watching. And I can already see people responding to you in the chat, and it's distracting them from the presentation we're watching. So I'm going to ask you to please cut it out. And I've asked you to do this before, and I don't like it. If you want to talk about what you want to talk about, you're welcome to start your own channel, bro. I appreciate you being here, but this is, at the end of the day, a class. Like, we have fun and we joke and that's all fine, but we're going to keep focused on what we're doing. We're not going to be pontificating about random stuff in the chat.
So it's just all of it. And I think the picking our battles is really important. I think I don't have like a super strong answer to this question because I think, again, my kids are very young. I don't feel like we've been in places where we have to navigate a lot. I mentioned earlier that sometimes when people misgender Sam, right, they mistake him for a girl. He currently identifies as a boy. One of the things that I'm curious about with him is like, what is it in you that feels like you don't want to speak up? Is it truly that you don't mind someone identifying you in a way that you are not? Or is there something there that makes you not want to speak up for yourself? And so there's little things like, again, it just kind of goes to that like root of what I want to do as a parent, which is instill in my kids that they, let's get Krista in that screen, is like, you know, wanting my kids to know that they are valued and who they are. And that gender oftentimes is going to be the secondary issue to all of it. And encouraging in my kids that they are always empowered to seek their truth and say their truth, and hopefully feel empowered to do that as much as possible, at least as much as they feel safe. So, but stay tuned. Ask me again in 6 months or a year, because like this is a wild ride.
Yeah. We'll have a follow-up after their 5th birthday.
Yeah.
Thanks, Becca. So we're moving into our final question for the panelists before we do audience Q&A. And so our final question, I'd love to hear from Krista if you're ready. Welcome, Krista. What advice would you give to someone who wants to parent beyond the binary?
You want to start, since I've sorry, I was dealing with the crying toddler. It's still kind of crying.
Yeah, they'll get there. They've been getting there for a while, but they'll get there. What advice do we give?
I'm not going to say
find
anything.
your people.
I'm not going to say anything.
We couldn't do this without community, without especially like other parents of small kids, other parents of small kids who go through gender stuff.
Yeah, I think we've been really lucky, like, to live in our particular area of Vermont where everybody's just kind of like
communist.
Yes, this is what we're doing now. This is the culture now, and so we're just all
communist.
In. All the teachers, all the parents are just like, even if they don't get it, they still like, they're like, okay, this is just how we do it now. But yeah, finding people who do at least respect it, I think, is really important. And that might be hard. Like, I don't have any advice on how to find.
Yes, you do. Go to picnics.
Oh, yeah. I mean, yeah. I'm the one who gets dragged along to these.
I just want to say that I get really tired of getting called fat on the internet sometimes. I wear normal size clothes. I don't like to fat shame people because I think, like, we're all different sizes. Doesn't make any difference to me. I'm not trying to fuck you or anything, so it doesn't really matter to me what your body looks like. I'm just saying that sometimes I get really tired of being fat shamed on the internet when I literally wear normal size clothes.
Go to Pride Family Picnic. If you've got one or anything like it, look for family-friendly events at Pride and find other people running around with babies. What else did we do when we first moved here?
Got involved in community theater.
Community theater. Find the gays in theater. Join committees, boards.
Maker markets. Maker markets are a great place to find other queer people.
Theater
Can
and
you repeat that?
crafting is where we found them.
Sorry, what were you saying?
Can you repeat what you said, Krista?
Go to maker markets. Like
Maker
local
market.
craft fairs. That's
Yeah.
You find a lot of queer people like just
Mhm.
making a living on making art, because having a regular 9-to-5 job is soul crushing for a lot of people.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah. Find
Awesome.
people. Find friends. You need them.
Find your
You can't do
people.
this alone.
No, definitely can't. Awesome. Violet or Becca? Any advice you would give to somebody?
Yeah, I have a lot of things. I think the biggest thing is like start as early as you can. That's my first one, is like kids are wise and smart. You know, like Sarah, you said, my kids are asking people their pronouns when they were 2 and 3 years old. And it's like, people are like, oh my God, I know grownups who can't do that. And it's like, of course you do, because they've been imprinted and like they have all of the conditioning. And so like, let's expand the imprint. You know what I mean? Like, let's give them infinite possibility from the beginning. And so, kids are so wise, like give them the benefit of the doubt and just start. I think one of the other things that we've kind of talked about, all of us, I think at different spaces or at different moments tonight, is like, let's not require our kids to define themselves all the time. Like, let's just let them show us who they are, and then let's love them for it. We don't need like if you're going to give them a foundation, let them lean on being kind or being loving or trusting or being generous. Like, do the things that will make the world better, but don't expect them to define themselves. Embrace the gray, embrace the awkward phases, the weird haircuts, the awkward dressing phase, like whatever it is. But are they loving? Are they kind? Check, you're doing a good job. I think kind of on that same line, you know, the world is like really cruel and it's unapologetic. And I think a lot of us at this point have heard the phrase like healed people heal people. And so I like to think about, instead of asking our kids to conform, let the safest place be your home. Safe people create safety for other people, right? Free people create freedom for other people. So this is about you and your family, but it's bigger than that. It's like, if we make healing and safety and freedom a priority and an expectation in our home, they will go out and they will give it to the world. So I'd like, do it with wild abandon, even if it terrifies you. Do it for your kids, do it for all of us. And then I think just, you know, what Eli and Krista were saying, like there is community and it may be really hard. I am in the South. I'm staying in the South. I don't think that we're moving anytime soon. There somewhere nearby are queer parents. Somewhere nearby are other queer people. They may be closeted too, but seek them out. And if you don't know where to turn, start with organizations like Family Equality, like call us and let us help you find it. You don't have to do this alone. And not only that, but you also, you will, in so many of these instances, one day become a person who's standing on a panel talking about how to do this, because one day you'll be like, oh my gosh, I'm doing it. And you will be there to do it for other people. So don't not ask for help. Don't not look around.
Yeah. So I heard find your people, ask for help and look around, start as soon as you can, and let the fluidity happen and let kids learn how to be people in every which way, and ride that ride with them. Thanks, Becca. Violet, was there anything you would add advice-wise?
Sure, it sounds like some of what I'm going to say is going to be a bit of a repetition, but I kind of have a two-part answer. And the first part to this answer seems easy, right? Just parent them the way that you wish you'd been parented. And in my case, you know, that I wish that the binary wasn't such a standard or that the stereotypes weren't so upheld. But trying to basically cut a new path through societal and cultural norms is extremely hard, because this stuff is really ingrained. And so um, it takes kind of, you can hear the way that I speak that I tend to like approach things in like a strategic way. So it, like, some of it takes just some self-reflection, right? To make sure that we're not perpetuating things that we don't believe in the way that we react or respond to our children's behavior and choices. So yes, parent them the way you wish you'd been parented, but in order to do that, you probably are going to need to do some self-reflection. And the big part, that I think is a repetition of what other people already said, is look for a supportive community, because it really takes a village. And if you're the only person in your
A
child's
literal
life,
village sometimes.
and that was the case for me and my child for a while, then the majority of culture and society is still going to kind of override what you're trying to do with just within the walls of your home. And I keep saying you, but I'm talking about me. Like, I got really exhausted trying to do it alone. And so, do some self-reflection. It would be one call to action. And then find a supportive community would be another call to action. And I think another thing that would be worth mentioning is like, just you're going to have to fortify yourself a little bit, because sometimes these are tough conversations that we have to have, and we have to have them kind of a lot, and we have to have them with adults that are already set in their ways. And sometimes we have to have these conversations on a dime. Like, if you're witnessing an adult speaking to your child and affirming something that you don't want to perpetuate, it's really important to be able to respond in a moment, but in a way that is supportive. Because if you alienate that other adult, then they're just going to shut you out and not listen to you anyway. But if you miss that chance, you can always come back later and speak to your child and have a teachable moment just with your child. And if you miss the chance with the adult, chances are you'll get another shot at it, because it won't be the last time that they try to perpetuate those things. So, you can, if you're not good with confrontation, you can kind of prepare yourself in a way. And what has always helped me throughout this whole process is the literature. Like, I just always go back to like PubMed, and I'm reading all the articles, and I'm learning, like, how do you speak to a person who's not supportive? Because that was actually one of the Q&A questions that I was trying to answer, which is why I missed how y'all were answering this question. Was like,
I'm
these
working very
people
hard on
who,
that, Terry.
are not affirming to our children, whether they're in our family or in our communities, they are also like human beings with emotional needs, and they were probably wounded as children also. And so if you can figure out how to speak to their heart in a way that doesn't make them defensive and shut down to you, then you're more likely to actually reach them and have them come around to be more affirming, even if it takes time. So anyways, I'm pretty sure I went over on time again.
Violet, time is just a construct, just like gender, so don't worry about it. But I love that.
Pop
so much of your answer
pop quiz. How is time a construct just like gender? Why did this gender expansive parenting things, person, she, they, whatever the fuck, say that? Why is time considered to be a construct just like gender? Because of capitalism, yes. Time is money, yes. Capitalism, yes. Give me more. You guys know more than this. Come on. Time is capitalism. How? Guys, don't be lazy. Don't just throw capitalism out there and explain more. Explain how. Time was created by how? Why? Capitalism invented the clock. Exactly. Time clocks, punching in and out, time clocks. Time is a construct because capitalism values the profit motive above everyone else. Liquid marble in with the gold star. Because because capitalism uses time to make everyone feel like they always have to be productive at every moment of every day. because it's all of our primary jobs, because we are all oppressed proletarian workers, to feed the profit motives of the evil bourgeois. Capitalism created time so you can clock in and out. Exactly. Time is a commodity under capitalism. It's not letting me click on the thing. Why isn't it letting me click on the thing? There it is. Time is a commodity under capitalism. I mean, this is a very creative way of saying that, Thomas, but that wasn't exactly what I was getting at. Capitalism created time to make people be more productive in work. Exactly. Oh, this is another good one. Oh, Nanopian for the win. We sell our time to our bourgeois employers in order to earn money, because if we don't sell our time to the bourgeois employers to earn money, we will very literally not survive under the oppressive system of capitalism. Let's see if anyone else has more unique answers. Pretty much everyone answering the same thing. Appreciate it, guys. Well done. Oh, play.
Was focused on resourcing yourself as a parent, and that this is really kind of a soul journey that parents are going on, and that there are a lot of challenges that can come up. And I love the encouragement of, if you don't get it right one time, don't worry, there will be plenty of other opportunities to try out different responses and different approaches. But it sounds like you would recommend that folks utilize any resource they can that will help fortify themselves, as you said, whether that's therapy, finding a support group for other queer parents or parents who are raising kids in a gender expansive way, reading the books. And I am not a parent, but I'll just add, being forgiving of yourself as well, that no parent is perfect, and you won't be perfect in this journey, and that's okay. And everybody who's here in this space right now is trying it and doing it together. And there is a lot of freedom in that as well. I love the quote that Becca had said, that the freedom brings more freedom, and it's just kind of this growth process that keeps on going. So I'm going to go ahead and jump into our Q&A from our attendees.
Sweet.
Thank you to everybody who's been putting things into the chat. Keep them coming. We have about 15 minutes. So somebody asked, I'm curious to hear more about empowering kids to self-identify and feel like they can correct adults who are misgendering them. Kind of like what Rebecca was speaking to, and curious to hear from Violet with the perspective of an older school.
Jill asks, when they create their families, is there a clinic doing this, or are they doing it themselves? With surrogates, for some reason, I thought social services overseas so the baby has a good home. Well, your definition of what a good home is, Jennifer, probably differs with what social services definition of a good home is, first of all. Yeah, I mean, it goes both ways. They can just like have kids on their own many times, like you're seeing, like there are people that are perfectly capable of getting pregnant in these relationships. They can have kids on their own. Some of them do surrogacy. But ultimately, conservatives, and I'm getting really tired of repeating myself on this, people have different values than you conservatives. In fact, social conservatives are a minority in this country. So when you say, I expect them to go to a good home, what you mean is a home with conservative values. That's not what social services means, because they don't consider your values to be the only values in the world.
Age child.
You know, actually, what Rebecca was saying about how she's raising her kids, I think is like, it's like so foundational, because in order for a school age child to be able to address an adult misgendering them, they kind of have to have that foundation and that confidence in not only like their identity, but also like the framework and the language that they're coming from. And so
and we're rounding out to the religion conversation again. Terry, did you raise your kids in the Christian church? Because I would argue that would not leave them unscathed and not abused. Again, people have different values. I actually really do believe this, believe it is emotionally abusive to children to indoctrinate them into a Christian cult, which is what I believe the church is. So if you're saying your values are to keep children safe and not abused, well, then why aren't we abolishing Christianity yet? Do you guys see how that works? You're welcome to have whatever values you want. But part of the problem and part of the reason why conservatives are losing so badly to a bunch of pink-haired psychos is that you guys believe that your values are the only values that exist on the planet. And they are not. And there are an awful lot of people that disagree with you. And you might think those people are crazy, but they are in the majority. You are not in the majority. They're in the majority. And so until you guys get better at changing hearts and minds and actually creating some sort of vision, if all you're going to say is, my values are, I just want to save the children. Well, everyone has a different definition of what that means. And I promise you, their definition of what that means is probably very different than your definition of what that means. And that is what it means to live in a free society. That people get to have different values than you do. And if this is the thing you're gonna use to say, I just want to save the children, which is one of the most annoying things I've ever heard in my life. And I'm not saying that as a personal thing towards you, Terry. I'm just saying in general, I'm annoyed by it. What makes you the grand decider of what the values are that we all have to follow? Naruto, if James Lindsay were serious about this topic, he'd let Carlin help develop his socialist radar like the rest of us have. Well, I mean, listen, man, listen. I'm not everyone's cup of tea. Let's be very clear about that. I'm not everyone's cup of tea. There are many ways that James Lindsay could accumulate this knowledge that has absolutely nothing to do with me. He has no obligation to have any like periphery around me at all. And I actually don't really care either way. But like, my problem is that he is pretending that he is the great Lord High fucking savior of parental rights when he hasn't even bothered to explain to his audience where the attacks are coming from or why. That is my issue. I think it's grossly irresponsible to know as much about this subject as he does to pretend he is the Lord fucking High Savior and no one else is allowed to talk about this and no one else is and the thing that it really pisses me off the most, basically insinuating that no one is allowed to criticize him. I will criticize him if I damn well effing please. Because he is worthy of criticism on this one. And he should and like pretending that he is above it all and that everyone needs to bend the knee. I don't give an ever-loving F if he interacts with me or not. I don't give an ever-loving F if he works with me or not. I'm doing my own thing, and I think I'm way ahead of him anyway. What bothers me is people insinuating that I'm not allowed to criticize. I'll criticize if I damn well effing please. Thank you for the super chat, Naruto.
I try to do the same with her, with my child, teaching her about all the different ways of expression and all the different genders and how it doesn't even have to be she, her, it can be she, they. And I think just empowering them to understand the words as much as they understand who they are, those two things put together can help them respond in a way to an adult that's not like going to make that adult be angry and defensive, which is obviously the other thing that I'm always trying to do, is to disarm the person who's really trying to who wants to attack, really.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I agree with you, Violet. I think I try to encourage my kids. I will say I've watched my spouse do this a lot, right? We've been together for 15 years. They've been they identify as non-binary, transgender, and use they, them pronouns. And,
Pop quiz for the chat. If they identify as non-binary, transgender, and use they, them pronouns, then what does the trans mean in transgender? If you hear of someone that identifies as non-binary, transgender, and they use they, them pronouns, what does the trans part of transgender mean for that person? It means transform. It means transform or transcend. Transform or transcend. Yes, we know they're queer Marxists. Absolutely. But the trans part in transgender for queer Marxists means transform or transcend, as in transform or transcend gender. Our friend Mark here is a trans man. And I hope you don't mind me using you as an example, Mark. Mark transitioned from being a woman to being a man. Mark believes that the gender binary is a thing and real and valid. Okay? People who use they, them pronouns and identify as non-binary do not believe that the gender binary is a thing. They believe that trans does not stand for transition, many of them, not all of them, but a lot of them. They believe that trans stands for transform gender or to transcend the gender binary. And this is one of the ways that they confuse people, because most people think that trans means transition, non-binary, transgender. They're like, but they believe in the gender binary. Well, no, they don't. No, they don't. Because they're using a different definition for the term trans. It's one of the things they do to confuse people. You guys all got it. All got it. All got it. Exactly. 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 Look at all those right answers. Of course. I appreciate it, Mark. Thanks so much.
Transgender and use they, them pronouns. And, you know, it's been a practice for me over the years to like watch them when they do speak up, when they don't. There are times when I speak up, there are times when I don't. And I think ultimately what matters most is do our kids have a sense that they are okay to be themselves at the end of the day? That is what matters the most, because then they can decide for themselves in a moment, am I okay enough right now to speak up? Or am I too exhausted? I'm just not gonna.
Hang on. Breaking news. Breaking news. I just got a buy one, get one free coupon code from the place I buy mushrooms from for Valentine's Day. Happy Valentine's Day to me. That's not true. I actually haven't done mushrooms in a really long time, because last time I did mushrooms, I thought I was going to die. This is a total sidetrack. This has nothing to do with the presentation. I thought I was going to die. It was a deeply traumatic experience. I haven't done mushrooms since. But maybe this is a sign from the universe. I'm like, you mean that by spending money on this, I'm actually saving money? Everyone wants the coupon. Everyone wants the coupon. Exactly. We're back. We're back. It's good. We're so back. So I'm not recommending anyone do this, because I would obviously never recommend anyone do this. But if you want to try totally legal mushrooms that are just mushrooms, you can go to Matrix Genetics. And you know, I can vouch, they're great mushrooms. And they have chocolate bars too. And you can use the code MUSHLOVE, and that will be a buy one get one free. And I'm not telling anyone to do it. Do follow the laws in your state and follow your. I'm definitely not advising anyone do anything illegal. I would never do that. But I like Matrix Genetics. They do a good job. Anyway.
And both of those are good answers, right? Like both of those things are totally legit. And what I hope for my kids is that they just feel empowered to make the choices that are best for them in the moment, because they feel comfortable and supported in who they are. And ultimately, at the end of the day, know that this person is a fleeting moment that's not going to matter. That said, over time, those things build up. And of course, it eats at you and it wears on you and you get tired, and those cycles are going to come. But I'm hopeful that the foundation is that they have a sense of who they are and that they believe that they are worthy of being and saying who they are when they want to.
Absolutely. And I would just add too, I've done a lot of work with queer and trans middle schoolers and high schoolers, and in the conversations that you as parents are having about power dynamics with your kids, in age appropriate ways as they grow up, I think that identifying the power dynamic of being a young person correcting an adult on your pronouns or how you would like to be referred to, being able to vocalize what can feel scary about that or what can feel wrong about that. Like, adults are supposed to always be right or always have the answers. And so who am I to tell them that they're wrong? That those ongoing conversations happen about adults sometimes are wrong and only you know who you are, just like
I
Rebecca
am
was
never
sharing.
wrong.
And that conversation about power can be.
I have actually long thought about doing a community retreat in Sedona. True story. Someday I will do my community retreat in Sedona. We're going to rent one of those big ass roundhouses in the middle of the Red Rocks. It's going to be great.
Be wrapped into so many other kinds of conversations that folks might be having with their kids around consent and boundaries, and that could be a whole other webinar. So I will read our next question. My spouse is non-binary. Our home is a safe and loving environment. We are part of a larger family that would like us to stay closeted. How does one respond to people we love, who we don't want to cut off, who say we're going to confuse the other children in the family? Thank you for sharing this. Eli, is that a I have thoughts face?
Listen, I have had a number of people in my family say you're going to confront has been, kids are the ones who get it. Every time, try them. Your kids are smart. They'll get it. It's going to be okay.
When we first moved to this area, a lot of our friends that we first made had younger kids, like I think 7 at the oldest. And we heard from every single one of our adult friends that it was their kids who were correcting them about Eli's pronoun.
Yes.
And I also frame it as like a compliment to the kid. Your kids are smart. They can do this. I promise they're going to impress you. Try it. They're going to impress you and you're going to be so proud of them. So like driving it as a positive force is what's worked for me generally.
Totally.
Oh my gosh, yes. I want to piggyback on that because like I think the key is always like positive and loving, right? Because I mean, I feel like I'm beating a dead horse at this point, but it's like these people that want to be judgmental and be rejecting, it's like they want ammunition, to be right. And like if you can surprise them with love and acceptance towards them, it at least, in my experience, it at least like takes them off guard long enough to where it almost like you can see the circle, the computer, the loading symbol on their head. And then,
Yeah.
and then in that instance, you might actually be able to like get through to them. But also the other thing I would say is that like you make an effort with love, but like if you still can't bring them along, then at the end of the day, that's their choice. And it's so painful and hard to leave family members behind. But if they don't want to come with you, that's their choice. And at the end of the day, you have to be okay with that, or we had to be okay with that. I should use I statements. Okay.
Hang on.
Yeah,
Hang on. Got a super chat from Mac B. My dad fell into the drink. He's been saying I'm trans, non-binary for a couple of years, even though I'm gay. It's worse than people. Oh, God. That's got to be a bizarre feeling, Mac B. I'm sorry, buddy. I'm sorry. Thanks for the super chat, though.
hear what you're saying, Violet, and can appreciate the depth of emotion that it brings. I think one of the things that I often ask myself when I feel scared is, what do I want my children to see me do, and what do I want to give them at this moment? And I think we don't have this as much with my family. My family is really loving and accepting, and Al's family, is a mixed bag. And we ultimately have to make the best life for our kids and make sure that they are our first priority. Um, and it's like, who do you want to be in the world ultimately? Like, if people are asking you to closet yourself, like, that is not really loving, but there is fear there. And so maybe there's like compassion that you can bring in, like Viola was saying, like, how can we be disarming? How can we approach this with love? And then also recognize that fear comes from a lack of familiarity. Are these people willing to have a conversation with you, take baby steps? Are there compromises that you can do on the way? Because for most of us who have come out as queer, found, our identities maybe not at birth.
Wait, this
we've
person
had our own
identifies as queer?
processes, and so remembering to let other people have their processes
Okay.
as well.
So this person is proof positive that you don't need to do anything to be queer except literally say, I'm queer. I'm sorry. This is a woman. And in a relationship with a non-binary, trans, something or other queer, but probably, I'm going to guess, in a relationship with another woman. And literally all you need to do to say, like, you don't need to be gay to be queer. You don't need to be trans to be queer. All you need to do is say, I'm queer, because as a reminder, queer has nothing to do with who you sleep with. It has nothing to do with your gender identity. It is only and exclusively a far left political ideology whose primary goal is to abolish the gender binary and abolish the nuclear family to undermine capitalism so they can usher in their little Marxist utopia. There is not one conservative queer person on the planet. Like, show me an example of a conservative person who identifies as queer. Just one. You can't, because it's a far left political ideology.
Well, and doing it with love, and then also with, like, it's okay at some point, like Violet said, to be like, you know what, this isn't good for me and my family, and I'm sorry. When you come around, I'll be here, and maybe we can try again in a year. My hope is that people ultimately come around.
Absolutely. Thanks, Becca. Okay, so I'm wondering if maybe we can have just one or two brief answers from panelists for this last question, because we have a couple things to say as we wrap up. This question says, for anyone who uses they, them pronouns for very young children and don't have a queer parenting community, how do you explain that to other parents? And are you able to make any friends?
So I keep beating the drum of, we do have a queer parenting community. And also, I have my family of birth in Texas and in Kentucky, in specifically Southern Baptist small town Kentucky. And the explanation for they, them pronouns on Facebook, which is where I come in contact with this set, the explanation is just, we're being private. I don't try very hard with the Bible Belt family that I have, because I've learned that the harder I try, the more distance grows. The harder I try to be like, hey, this is me, this is us, this is what we're doing here, queer and proud of it, the more I lose them. And so I just sort of go, we're being private, and I move on. Are you able to make any friends amongst folks who Are we able to make friends amongst folks who we can't?
I mean, not that this is a friend, but honestly, my mother doesn't quite get it. Like, Eli goes by they, them, and we spent a long time trying to like explain that when we were originally dating. And like, she's not from the South, she's from Jersey, so like a different kind of conservative-ish. But like, it's kind of like I was saying before, there are going to be people that they don't get it, they'll never get it. But if they have a connection to you, and they feel it's important to like keep up a relationship with you, they'll go along with it anyway. And maybe they'll get it later down the line, but they'll still respect it. And like, you know, sometimes that's the best you can hope for some people. But yeah, I think it's really easy to assume that everybody you come across is just going to be completely like off put by everything, but that's not the case for most people.
Reject the binary. Reject the binary of accepting or not accepting. There's a huge gray area to live in there.
That's very true. And who has this question, if you want to reach out to me and my team, we can send you some resources about how to have those conversations if you want an easy way to explain they, them pronouns to someone who's new to that concept. So we'll put our email into the chat, and I have just a couple links to put into the chat. First of all, thank you so much to our panelists tonight. It's so appreciated that we can co-create this world of gender freedom together. And I think one of the most impactful ways you can do that is as a parent. So kudos to all of you and to the folks who are here in our audience tonight. If you do have a couple of...
All right, that sounds like that's the end of that presentation. But remember, guys, we got a double header today. Double header. We're going to go into presentation number 2. We're not going to waste any time. The next presentation I want to watch is from the Association for Women in Psychology. This is from October 7th, 2022, so a little bit older, just a little bit. And the description of this presentation is: we invite all members of the Association for Women in Psychology, particularly our cisgendered members, individuals who identify with their sex assigned at birth, to join us in unlearning and addressing cissexism within our community. In order for true gender liberation to be possible, pop quiz, what does true gender liberation mean? We must all feel free and safe to be exactly who we are. What does true gender liberation mean? Yes, and if you need to take a bathroom break, go get a snack. Now would be a great time to do it. This flag is a combination of non-binary and trans flags. So this is the non-binary flag, and then I don't know like why they put, because there should be white on the trans flag too. So I don't know exactly what that's about. True gender liberation means liberating from the gender binary. It means to abolish the gender binary. True gender liberation means... Douglas, I don't want to hear any more pontificating until you can answer a pop quiz correctly. I'm being serious about this. I've had enough pontificating. If you are not capable of answering one of the pop quizzes correctly, that's because you're not listening, because you're spending all your time pontificating about unrelated items in the chat. If you're going to be here, I expect you to listen. Kazmar! Thank you, Kazmar. I do appreciate it for the double stream. Double trouble. Yep, true gender liberation means to be free from gender. It means also gender equity. Gender equity will only be achieved when the gender binary is abolished. Let's get this party started.
Everyone who's joining us today. Welcome to this talk called Unlearning Cissexism and the Gender Binary. I'm Tiffany O'Shaughnessy. I'm the current collective coordinator for the Association for Women in Psychology. My pronouns are she, her, and I am going to be turning this over to Nick Johnson and Alyssa Klein, who are going to be giving this talk. And then Gia Davis is here as well, going to be monitoring the chat and sort of helping to contribute to the presentation as well. And so I think the big, just some housekeeping things. The chat is going to be open. There's going to be some interactive pieces to this session. And so you're welcome to put whatever you want in the chat. We are recording this session for folks who weren't able to be here.
And
we'll put it up on our AWP YouTube channel. But that the information that is in the chat won't be visible in that recording. And so
Actually,
whenever we do share stuff out of the chat, we'll just say a person said. So
you know what's funny about this? Dan says no land acknowledgement. You know what's funny, Dan? Land acknowledgements were really popular up until like 2021. And then they still happened, but they kind of fell out of favor for a couple years. But recently, land acknowledgements have been making a resurgence, so they made a little bit of a comeback. So this presentation was in the dead years of the land acknowledgement, so maybe that's why there wasn't a land acknowledgement. But that actually was a thing. There was a trend. Like, there was land acknowledgements in all these damn presentations up until like 2021, and then it was just kind of like, and then it picked right back up again.
So your names won't be connected to that. If you have questions for the presenters or questions that you want to have discussion about, you can also use the Q&A function to put your questions in there. We'd ask if it is a question that you use that. It should be at the bottom of your screen. If you put a question in the chat, it might get lost in all of the reactions that are coming in. We're hoping it's interactive in that way. So the Q&A is available. We'll make sure there's space at the end today for that. Also, there is a live transcript. So if you need closed captioning, you should be able to click that, and it'll put captions up for you. So
bye, Mark.
I think that's all I need to do. So I'm going to pass it over to Nick and Alyssa and Gia.
Okay, awesome. Well, thank you so much for being here. Again, I just want to echo what Tiffany said. We're going to start with introductions and community agreements because we think these are really important. This can be a really challenging conversation for folks for a variety of reasons. And so we want to make sure that we, are getting what you're hoping to get out of this session met, but also that you feel safe within this session.
I don't feel
and
safe.
point that I want to make is, I think it's really important to distinguish between feeling safe and feeling comfortable. I think those are two different things. And I encourage all of us during this time to sort of push ourselves into that discomfort because we know that's really where growth comes from.
That's how they do the
but we don't want
brainwashing.
anybody to feel unsafe. So I'm Nick Johnson. My pronouns are she, her, and I'll be one of the co-facilitators with you here today. What am I hoping to get out of the session? We did this session at AWP, and it was such a really wonderful connecting experience and learning experience for myself, and I think for others who are involved. And so I'm just hoping to keep that momentum going, and so keep growing with you all. And something that helps me feel safe is knowing that people see my humanity, which basically means sort of being allowed to make mistakes and own those mistakes at the same time. But so kind of not judging me based on one thing I say, but please I welcome accountability and feedback, but allowing me to sort of make those mistakes and be able to still move forward with my humanity intact. So I'll pass it over to Alyssa.
All right. Hi, everyone. My name's Alyssa Klein. I use she, her pronouns. I'm hoping to use this time to kind of connect with you all. I think AWP can be such a wonderful space, and sometimes I wish I had that space more than just once at the conference every year. So hoping to use this time to connect with you all, to learn together, to talk about some important topics together. And what helps me feel safe is I think the more I get a sense of where other people are coming from. So the more that I see other people engaging, the more that I see other people sharing and pushing themselves out of their comfort zones, the more I feel like I can as well. And I will say another thing that helps me feel safe is having a moderator. So big thanks to Gia for being here, and I'll pass it
A moderator
to you,
helps
Gia.
her
Do
feel
you want to introduce
safe.
yourself?
Wow.
Okay.
Sure. Thanks. Hi, I'm Gia Davis. My pronouns are they, them.
Of course.
And what am I hoping to get out of this session? yeah, I think being in community is a big one for me. I love AWP. I've been coming since like 2013. So this is the space that I treasure in a lot of ways. And what would help me feel safe in this session? I learned this concept of like dialogues, not debates. And the idea.
I'm having a burning desire right now to like go revisit some of the conferences that I used to go to and see how woke they've gotten. Because there's one conference in particular that I'm thinking about that I spoke at this conference for like 11 straight years, 10 or 11 years. One of the two, I don't remember. Like it was like every year I went to this I had so many friends at this conference. My whole social circle was around this conference. It was in higher education. I'm not going to name them, even though I lost all those friends when I left the left because they're all fucking raging progressives and Marxists. But I went to this conference for like 10 or 11 straight years. And it was great, man. It was great in the beginning, like around 2010, 2011, 2012. I even had my bachelorette party at this conference. That's how like embedded I was in this community. And then around 2017, 2018, it started getting a little woke. And I showed up at the conference and there were the pronoun stickers. And I was like, I'm not putting a fucking you guys all know me. I'm not putting a fucking pronoun sticker on my badge. And they also had these stickers where like, if you wanted to talk to people, you were supposed to put a green sticker on your name badge. And if you didn't want to talk to people or meet new people, you had to put a red sticker on your name badge. And I was kind of like, I know how to use my words. I don't need a sticker to communicate to people. Why am I being forced to put a sticker on my name badge saying whether or not I want to meet someone? That seemed a little juvenile to me. And then one of the women I was friends with for a long ass time, and she was always a woman. I had known her for like 15 fucking years. Was always a woman. Was suddenly non-binary. Not trans. Non-binary. And I was like, and by the way, like I used to get tattoos at this conference. This is like, so I have 1, 2, 3, at least 3 tattoos that I got at this conference because the women I was friends with, we all did tattoos. And so we would go get 4. I got this tattoo. I got my knitting tattoo at this conference too in Sacramento. And so the friend who became non-binary had the socialist tattoos. She had these bad black and white line tattoos literally all over her body. I should have known then. See, I didn't get a socialist tattoo when I got tattoos. I got colorful tattoos. My tattoos are, with the exception of like this 30 seconds to Mars thing on my wrist, which is just like symbols. Like all my tattoos, I don't have socialist tattoos. My friends did. Anyway, maybe someday I will go back and revisit the conference to see how woke and non-binary they've gotten.
Of coming to have a conversation, not to prove oneself wrong or the other person right. And I find that is like something that really helps me, feeling like everyone is on the same page about wanting to have a conversation rather than win a conversation.
I grew up in Vermont, John. I very literally could have been a socialist.
So I think we want to invite you all, if you would be willing to put some of this information in the chat, name and pronouns, what you're hoping to get out of the session, what would help you feel safe. We'll give you all a minute or two if you want to share that information.
Maybe while folks are sharing in the chat, I could do mine, and that gives some time for that as well. So I already said my name and pronouns. She, her. And what I'm hoping to get out of this session. So similarly, I attended the short one. I didn't make it to the full pre-conference workshop that you all did of this at in Chicago this year, and I found it really helpful to sort of just a space for me to keep digging in at like what are my biases and what do I bring to this, and sort of just questioning assumptions. So I found that to be really helpful. I hope to get more of that to just sort of do my own work around unlearning Cissexism. and things that help me feel safe. I think similar, yeah, I love what you said around that dialogue versus debate part. I think what helps me feel safe. Oh no, the chat is disabled. I just saw that. All right.
Yeah, we're getting lots of.
Okay, I will stop talking and fix that because my actual role is tech support. Sorry, y'all. Thanks for bearing with us. I'll work on that.
Maybe while Tiffany works on that, we can sort of start just talking about some. Is it open now?
It should be fixed.
Okay, great. Go ahead and
that was fast.
try the chat again. Yay!
Speedy, Tiffany. Thank you.
Thank you. Awesome. So yeah, we'll just stay here then, and please feel free to write your name, your pronouns, what you're hoping to get out of this session, and what would help you feel safe.
Awkward silence. Oh, are we writing something down? Are we doing okay, I'm fast forwarding.
Comments. I see a lot of
chat. Okay, I see. I was like, what the fuck? I thought at least you would read it out or something. No,
Why sharing in the chat, and we'll lift up some responses that we see if we remember to go back and forth from the chat to the slides. So thank you all for sharing so far. Great.
Okay, I'm going to be muting and unmuting myself because my dog is here and we're having some work done on our house. So hopefully I won't do the thing where I just start talking when I'm on mute, but bear with me if I do. So the first thing that we thought would be helpful to do is to bring forward some terminology. So the two terms that we really want to focus on here today, because this is what we're going to be really talking about, is cissexism and the gender binary. And cissexism is basically just like a framework that assumes that cisgender, which is the idea, what cisgender is, what you were assigned at birth, you identify with that identity, is the only or the right form of gender and or sex. It often involves prejudice, stereotyping, and discrimination against folks who don't fall within that cisgender realm. So we're really going to be talking about what are the effects of this and how can you work on unlearning this within yourself. The gender binary kind of fits closely with cissexism in that it's this idea that, and this can include both trans and cis folks, there can be this sort of idea of the gender binary with folks regardless of gender identity. But it's this idea that the options are either women or girls or men and boys, and those are the only options. So we have sort of these two categories, and maybe we might even have some flexibility around the idea that somebody might be assigned a sex that they don't fit with, but the only other option then is to transition to the other sex. There's not this idea of more fluidity in gender or complexity in gender. So I have a great resource that my lab actually put together that has a variety of terms described. So I'm just going to go ahead and put it in the chat for you all to take a look at whenever you want to and just have it as a resource. But we also wanted to sort of bring up this question of, are there any words regarding gender that you've heard that you don't know what they mean? And really, we want this to be a place, again, of learning. So please feel free to be honest if you have any questions of words that might be helpful for us to define for you. So if you do, feel free to go ahead and put those in the chat now, and we can talk about them.
In the meantime, one thing I'll say about language that I think has been helpful to correct within myself around this idea of the gender binary, and something that aligns with the APA bias-free language guidelines is, rather than saying opposite sex or opposite gender,
the APA has bias-free language guidelines. Excuse me. The APA, in this case being the American Psychological Association, which is technically my professional association, but I haven't been paying those assholes money for years. The APA has bias-free guidelines. Hang on. APA bias-free language guidelines. I'm not surprised. I'm just disappointed. Oh, there they are. Thank you, bot.
To say like multiple genders or all genders, or something that doesn't reinforce this idea that men and women are the only options and are complete opposites from each other. I think opposite sex or opposite gender, always. I hear it a lot, and it gets me.
By the way, the APA having that guideline means that that's what needs to be taught in every single accredited psychology program in the country. And if you are not taught that, if you are not in an accredited psychological program, then you can't get licensed to practice as a psychologist. It means that that's going to be in the submission guidelines for every single psychological paper, because they all use the APA style. It impacts literally, when the APA has something, it literally impacts every single thing in the official psychological realm.
I think that's a really important point, because it's not only this factor that there's only two genders, but it's that those genders are in complete opposition to one another, which I think is a really important point. Yeah. I heard, so we have a comment about the word TERF. Yeah, so I think this is a term that definitely within AWP there's some controversy and kind of various feelings around. The acronym of TERF stands for Trans Exclusionary Radical Feminist. So that's what it literally translates to. It's an acronym, and the way that it's been used is this idea of people who identify with feminism, but really see it at this sort of with this binary view.
But where are you seeing the decolonization definition? Under what? Hang on. Where are you seeing this? Let me just show you guys what I'm looking at. I assume that you're talking about the APA. Oh, you put it in the chat. Hang on. I didn't see you put a more specific link in the chat. Hang on. Let's look at what bot is seeing. This one, is that what we're looking at? Oh shit, they've got a whole list of definitions. Oh shit, bot, this is why you are the chief investigative officer of the cult. Thank you for your service. Hang on. Let's see. Allies, anti-Semitism, bias, cultural humility, cultural comments, decolonization. The process of, oh shit. Check this out. Decolonization, the process of undoing the impacts of historical domination on subordinated populations by powerful outsiders. Colonization requires the dehumanization of peoples who are indigenous to an area so that their land is stolen, their culture is erased, and peoples are eliminated for the economic benefit of empire building. The practice of colonizing is when a country or clan claims the resources of another without permission or just compensation, in certain cases abusing treaties or disregarding initial agreements. A form of colonization, specifically settler colonialism, may be used to describe the way white, capitalized, people colonized people in the United States when they displaced and killed indigenous populations in search of land and resources, and when eventually expanding eastern railroads. The legacy of settler colonialism is dislocation, dispossession, and displacement, as well as discrimination, oppression, and white privilege, which of course means capitalist privilege or beneficiary of capitalism. Decolonization is a process of examining and undergoing the epistemological injustices, harm, exclusion as a result of it. In other forms of economic and cultural justice. When they say economic, they mean capitalism. Let's see. What else do they have? Equity. Equity. An ongoing process of assessing needs, correcting historical inequalities. That means systemic racism. And creating conditions for the optimal outcomes by members of all social identity groups. Equity also consists of providing resources according to the need. Providing resources according to need. That means redistributing resources, which means Marxism, from each according to their ability to each according to their need. Equity also consists of providing resources according to the need to help diverse populations achieve their highest state of health and other functioning, and identifying and breaking down barriers to achieving fair outcomes. Global citizen, global South. This has actually been a question recently. The Global South refers broadly to the regions of Latin America, Asia, Africa, and Oceania that are mostly, although not all, low income and often politically or culturally marginalized. Global South essentially means third world countries. That's what it means. Historical trauma, human rights, implicit bias, intersectionality, marginalization, microaggression, minority oppression, pathways, positionality, privilege. Let's just see. Let me just see something. Find capitalism. Okay. We only have one result for capitalism: understanding systemic racism, anti-blackness, white supremacy, and racial capitalism, and the recreation of white space and time. All right. Good find, bot. Appreciate it. I'm going to take a closer look at that later. Thank you for your service, Chief Investigative Officer.
Of that you are, and sort of going back to the cis-sexist view even, that we need to focus on women, and particularly, and even some people might say, like, what is a woman? And there's some argument that what a woman is somebody who is assigned female at birth. And so there's some feminists who believe that, and that's kind of what they believe feminism should be focused on and about. And then there's some people who are maybe inclusive of maybe trans women, but sort of feel like gender non-binary or trans men shouldn't be included in our conversation around feminism. And so that might also fall within that category of TERF. So that's sort of my understanding and recollection of it. Alyssa, do you want to add anything to that?
No, I think you covered it pretty well. I think the comment, yeah, I mean, I think everyone might have their own orientation towards the word, and, that's okay. But the kind of feminism that we're going to be talking about today, and the feminism that we hope we can continue to be our legacy in AWP, is more of a gender liberation feminism framework, which includes gender liberation for all people of all genders, rather than a trans exclusionary feminism.
Yeah. And I think it's important to say that, again, like, I think the people who might have more of a trans exclusionary radical feminist view, I think there's a variety of reasons for that. And so I think it's important for us to also be thinking of that and be mindful of, like, what is the reason that we feel like we need to exclude trans folks from this conversation, and unpacking that, I think, might really help us be able to move forward. Because I know some of it is based in fear of, if we are more inclusive, if we think about gender liberation as a broader construct, are we then going to forget about the impacts of cis women? And for me, I really think about it in the opposite way.
Impacts of cis women.
The more that we think about inclusion around gender and gender liberation, actually the bigger that we're gonna, like, the more impact that we're gonna see and the more liberation for, including for cis women. But I get that that's a fear that some people have.
Okay, why don't we keep going, and if you have more questions, feel free to put them in the Q&A and we'll try to come back to them at the end.
So we're going to start with an exercise for you all. And I think what I want to start with by saying is that this exercise is really for you. So the more honest, the more vulnerable you can be, the better it will be for you. And we're not going to ask you to share out anything. We're going to ask some like overall questions that you're welcome to share about, but you do not have to share anything that you don't feel comfortable. So I really encourage you to kind of dig within yourself during this exercise. So the first thing I kind of want us all to do is go ahead and take a deep breath.
She's going to brainwash us.
Exhale.
This is brainwashing.
And maybe do a couple of those.
This is trying to relax you, to brainwash you. Don't fall for it. No deep breathing. Anytime someone tries to get you to deep breathe, you're either meditating or they're trying to brainwash you.
I invite you to do whatever feels best for you to kind of get in touch with yourself. So that might be kind of this idea of going inwards. So maybe closing your eyes and sort of taking a minute to go in. It might be maybe movement to kind of get yourself in a looser place. Whatever feels right for you. I invite you to go ahead and do that in this moment.
That's the genderqueer flag. Is that what that is, NanoPie?
Okay. So for this exercise, I'm going to read a series of words or phrases.
Oh, God.
And what I want you to do is on your computer or on a piece of paper, whatever feels more kind of free-flowing for you.
I'm going to do this exercise.
I invite you to just write down whatever comes up when I say
I want everyone to, okay.
Again,
I want everyone, I know we didn't put ourselves into a hypnotic trance in order to get to avoid getting indoctrinated into their gender cult, but I want to encourage everyone to play the word association game in the chat. First word that comes to mind to whatever she says. Let's see what comes up for us.
Best thing to do is to really push yourself to say that thing that comes up, even if it feels shameful. Even if it feels problematic, even if it feels confusing, just write whatever comes up throughout these and keep writing until I say the next word. Okay. I'm going to give everybody a second to pull up a piece of paper or a Word document.
This is going to be fun. It's a good exercise. We're going to bond over this, guys. It's going to be great.
All right. So the first word is trans.
Okay when it's not queer Marxists, evil when it is queer Marxists. Trans people are fine on their own. I have no problem with trans people. I have a problem with socialists.
What are gender binary people really like? Gender non-binary people?
They're a made-believe, they're a made-up thing that doesn't exist. It's like a unicorn. It doesn't exist. Non-binary is not a real thing. It's something that you guys made up, and then you hypnotize people to make them think it was real when it's not real.
Gender is
not a social construct. Men and women. Binary.
agender.
Men or women. That's it. There are no other genders that are not men and women.
Trans women are
men who have decided to transition to be women. And they should be loved and accepted, but they are not biological women.
Women are
adult human female, or even just like women is adult, so yeah, human female.
Gender queer,
a made up term that is not real, that represents a far left political ideology.
Okay, I'm going to ask you
I feel good about my
to go ahead
answer.
and just look at what you have
Yeah.
written down
Socialist. Exactly.
and notice if there's any themes that come up or things that surprised you,
The theme is it's all socialism.
things that you feel curious about.
That was a fun game, guys. We should do that more. That was great. Is that good for you? It's good for me.
And then whenever you feel comfortable, I encourage you, if you want to, although no one is required to put any of that in the chat. So any themes that you noticed, any things that felt surprising, any emotions that came up during this exercise. I see one person said, kept coming back to the word open. Definitely understand that. The second prompt was like anything that surprised you. Or the
Nothing
second prompt that I said
surprised
was
me.
like the word that I said. I'm not sure which you're asking about. Sorry.
Nothing. And my emotion was annoyed. I agree with everything.
Self-discovery. Oh, cool.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Catchphrases. Gender is a construct, tear it apart. Trans is beautiful. Wonderful.
Association of Women Psychologists. Mm-hmm.
Again, gender is a construct, kind of a theme coming up. And then trans is brave. Yeah, we currently live in
Women ruin everything.
A society where, unfortunately, that feels like a requirement. Yeah. Which something we hope to figure out is how can we in AWP make it so it doesn't have to be brave.
Mm-hmm.
So identities are under attack. Yeah, it kind of goes with that needing for bravery, right? Kind of not sure about what even terms mean. So maybe going back to some of that terminology confusion. Great. Thanks for sharing, y'all.
You're all stunning and brave and beautiful. I love you all. Thank you for sharing.
Right. All right. Well, we're going to keep moving along, but we encourage you to think about and continue to reflect on what came up for you and where that might mean you want more growth to happen, or what you want to do about what came up for you. And that might be nothing, but it could be something. Okay. So we want to talk about some of the kind of background of the gender binary.
I don't know.
And I think particularly we know that as an organization.
Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. The gender binary is based in white supremacy. What does that mean? What does it mean? Pop quiz for the chat. What does it mean that the gender binary is based in white supremacy? You all know the answer to this. We've been talking about it all stream. What does the Association of Women Psychologists mean when they say the gender binary is based in white supremacy? It means it's based in capitalism. It's based in capitalism. Capitalism. AWP is the Association for Women in Psychology, which is the group that we're watching right now. Good catch. Capitalism. Their socialism is showing. Capitalism. 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 Capitalism made the gender binary. The nuclear family upholding capitalism? Well, yeah, the gender binary created the nuclear family is what they would argue. Capitalism or private property? Capitalism. Exactly, Douglas, every single damn time. Every single time. We didn't get a capitalism in the last presentation. We might get one in this one. Socialism is so calming and relaxing. Everyone is friends. Everyone is accepting and affirming. White supremacy means capitalism, which created the gender binary to oppress bodies with wombs into unpaid labor, to oppress birthing people into doing the unpaid labor of literally birthing and raising the next generation of future proletarian workers. Commie gender grifters. White supremacy means capitalism.
And as feminists, all of us should be joined on this fight against white supremacy. And some people might see white supremacy as completely different than issues of gender, completely separate. But actually, when looking into kind of the historical context of the gender binary, we can see that they're very closely intertwined.
Please explain why. Please
so,
explain why.
Before colonization, many different cultures around the world had multiple genders. There's actually a great map, which maybe I can pull up and put in the chat.
Really? There's a map
that shows various cultures around the world who had gender labels other than
I want to see the map.
Or woman, or man and woman, and that there was a wide variety of gender expression, gender identity, sexuality, sexual expression. Unfortunately, during the process of colonization, kind of gender and race got subsumed into a categorization structure and a hierarchy that encouraged the subjugation of certain people. And it encouraged a really strict categorization. So research from an academic named Kyla Schuler, she did some historical research onto race scientists, quote unquote, in the 1800s, who actually argued that in the process of their understanding of evolution, that certain societies were more evolved than others. And unsurprisingly, based on their racial biases at the time, these white male scientists argued that white societies were the most evolved, and that one of the markers of being a most evolved society was having two completely binary, distinct genders. And so they actually argued that whereas in white societies, there's a gender binary, in societies for people of color, as they would have kind of called less advanced societies, people were less distinguished based on gender, that there was less differentiation.
What?
And this all went along with this project of essentializing gender and race, that if you have a certain skin color, if you have a certain set of genitals, that wasn't just at face value, that meant something very deep about who you were, that having a certain set of genitals represented things about your personality, that having a certain skin color represented things about your intelligence. And all of these, like both racial and gender differences, were kind of combined to create this hierarchical system. And we can see how even today, if you're familiar with the tenets of white supremacy culture, things like binary thinking, perfectionism, either or dichotomies, that a lot of white supremacy culture attributes serve to reinforce the gender binary and
that all
allow
means
us very
capitalism.
little room to expand and add nuance to our gender identity and our gender expression. So I'm going to put that link in the chat as well.
Please say capitalism.
Oh, I realize I'm only, thanks, Gia. Yeah. I was only sending it to, thank you. So yeah, so this is not, the gender binary is not sort of a neutral invention. It's an invention that was perpetuated to create harm and to create the subjugation of people of color across the globe. So we want you to keep that in mind as you're thinking about why we might want to deconstruct the gender binary.
She was so close to saying capitalism.
I think another. Oh, go ahead, Jake. Oh, go, please go.
And that I think relates to a few things I've seen in the chat where, we have these ideas about, what trans and non-binary identities mean, but a few people brought up that it's normal, right? It's something that has existed.
Hang on. We got an important question from Susan over on X. Susan says, I'm new here. I really want to keep listening. Am I able to hear this on my own at my convenience? Yes. Susan, it will be available on demand on X, on YouTube, and on Rumble, so you can listen whenever you want. And welcome. We're glad you're here. Get ready to go down the rabbit hole into the most dystopian nonsense you've ever seen in your life. Don't run away scared, Susan. We're going to get you through this. Come over to YouTube if you want more community and chat. You found the gender map, Trendlin? Can you send it to me, please? Oh, Trendlin already put it in the thing. Hang on. Oh, shit. God damn it. My YouTube studio is all messed up. Hang on. Let me get the gender map out. What the hell is this? What is... Oh. This is on PBS? Yo. Check this out. Taxpayer-funded bullshit. No. Go away. PBS. P-B-fucking-S. A map of gender diverse cultures from 2015. Updated in October of 2023 in consultation with a world gender expert. Did you guys know there is a profession of world gender experts? What does the star mean? Hang on. The 2023 update for this text and map were made in consultation with Badly Licked Bear. That's an unfortunate name. Oh no! Oh my god! This is the funniest shit I've read all day. Okay, check this out. The 2023 update for this text on this map was made in consultation with Badly Licked Bear, who describes themselves as an educator, writer, artist, and mutual aid worker. They are a storyteller who teaches storytelling by storytelling, and they tell circle-shaped stories. Their work is rooted in shifting identity, Looney Tunes, BDSM, deep observation, and their lived experiences as an indigiqueer trans femme. Holy shit. That all means socialist. That all means, oh, bot, you found them? Oh my god, 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 oh my god. What is this? Bot, you better not be making me look at fat porn. What the fuck is this? I wonder how much PBS paid this person. What the hell? I am so confused. What is this? Jews in space? I'm not clicking on that Jews in space thing. That'll get me kicked off of YouTube for sure. Where is this person's social media? Really? Can someone put the YouTube link in chat? Please? Because I don't see any social media links on this entire website. Oh my god, you found his Instagram? Oh, good. No fat porn, no fat porn, no fat porn, no fat porn, no whammy, no whammy, no whammy. Savage, war queer. Nothing has ever filled me and nothing will ever say, oh my god. When was this taken? 31 minutes ago. Still wearing a mask. 31 minutes ago. Sex worker, okay. Okay. This is the expert that PBS paid to update the world gender map just to make sure we all knew what colonizers we were. Yeah, I did see the pig nose picture. I did. They're a furry. That means furry. If you don't know what that means, don't worry about it. I'm not explaining that today. Oh, so they had top surgery. That's what happened? That's actually funny. That's actually funny. Wow. Okay. Oh, good. Yep. Mm-hmm. Wow. This is the PBX World Gender Expert. PBS, not PBX. I was distracted by the BDSM. I'm sure they, them is a lovely person. Oh, look at this. Barbie and Ken go to the real world in this post-Matrix existential journey we all desire. Indeed. Indeed. They had throat and what? I don't want to look into that, bot. I do not want to look into that at all. Is this person a man or a woman? Wouldn't it be funny if we found them with like in a picture with Sophie or something? Destroy capitalist. There it is. There it is. We got our capitalism. Every time. Every time. I'm going to follow this person just for funsies. Just for I'm on under my profile. Yes. Followed. All right, let's go back to our presentation. Oh, no, we didn't even look at the gender map. Hang on. We didn't even look at the gender map. We were so distracted by the BDSM badly licked bear furry that updated the gender map that we didn't even look at it. Okay, let's see. So there's a map of gender diverse cultures. So these are all the cultures in the world that before the evil force of capitalism colonized them, they all had more than two genders. How could one possibly question their credibility? I just don't know, Jason. I mean, I think they seem like probably the best person that PBS could have hired to be their world gender expert. Possibly, like, I mean, PBS really found, like, they found a needle in a haystack there. Really good HR work. Really, really great. Okay. Egypt. Can I like screw around this? Like, why can't I? It won't click or anything. Oh, maybe it's here that needs to click. Okay, hang on. Let's see. Oh, they took the Egypt one out. Greece. Northern Albania's Brunetia sworn virgins are persons assigned female at birth who take a vow of chastity and wear male clothing in order to be allowed to occupy the social role of men in a highly patriarchal society. Iran had non-binary people apparently. But don't they in Iran, don't they make gay men become women? Isn't that a thing? Am I making that up? Well, we know India. India has like the eunuchs or whatever. Myanmar. Well, obviously Thailand. I mean, like, no one's surprised about that. Let's see. Where else? Ethiopia had non-binary people, apparently. Historically, among the Malay people of southern Ethiopia, Ashtime were male eunuchs who lived in the home of the most powerful spiritual or political leaders. Well, that's definitely something we should glorify. Italy, Feminello, roughly little man woman. So it's like an incel. Italy. Isn't that funny? It's like Nick Fuentes. This is the origin of Nick Fuentes and the insults. They all came from Italy. Nick Fuentes is very proud to be Italian. That makes sense. Roughly little man woman refers to a third gender. I'm not saying Nick Fuentes is anything but male, by the way. I'm not trying to shit on him, Groypers. Calm down. I'm just saying that Nick Fuentes is Italian. And he is little. And obviously Nick Fuentes is at least 6 feet tall, but I'm just reading what's being given to me. Feminello, roughly little man woman, refers to a third gender of persons assigned male at birth who dress as women and assume female gender roles in Neapolitan society. People are going to be like, Carolyn, you don't know that word? I mean, I don't know. You try reading on the internet. Until the 19th century, their status in the society was privileged, and they practiced rituals based on Greek mythology related to Hermaphroditus, an intersex child of the deities. I don't want to pronounce all the Greek names. I know them. I can hear them in my head. I'm just going to mispronounce them because I can't speak, apparently. Anyway, we found the origin of the incels now. That's pretty great. Bot has a furry update. Oh shit, I was searching badly licked bear BDSM on Bot. You did that to yourself. I have told you consistently, don't go down the fucking leftist porn rabbit hole, and you done did it. It is your own fault that you just saw illegal porn. It's your own fault. I've warned you repeatedly. Puerto Rico, Guatemala. Okay, so lots of non-binary gender diversity all over the world. Okay. I understand. Oh, what a time to be alive. What a time. Wait, that fucking furry guy is a faculty. What college? Where did you see that, Trendlin?
Like long before the current moment,
Right.
will continue to exist. But yeah, this idea that it's normal, it's not new.
Yeah. Yeah, Jay, I was just going to reflect that point of like, there's a lot of conversation of this is a new thing, right? Like gender non-binary people or even trans people is this new kind of thing for kids to jump on, right? And that there's sort of fear around that. And to be honest, the new thing is actually the gender binary. Long before that came around, gender expansiveness was actually the norm.
Chapman University.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And I think I saw a couple people talking about how what they wanted to take from this workshop is to go into clinical work. And one of the things that I think is very useful from this idea is that when you're working with trans non-binary clients, it can be really helpful to connect people to ancestral roots and to a long history of people who are gender diverse and really deconstruct this idea of newness.
Yeah, for sure. And, for those of you who are like, but what about the science?
Let's talk about it.
Let's talk about it. We're going to debunk that for you too, hopefully. So there's a really wonderful article that I strongly recommend.
So you're telling me literally the argument that they're making for why they can debunk the gender binary is that the clitoris is but a small penis? That's what we're going with now? I mean, it's not untrue, but... So are they saying that we're really all men? And women are just... This puts women in a more subservient role to men. Do you guys understand that? This literally says we're all men, but like... women just have a tiny, 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 tiny little cock compared to the full-blown men. Wow. Yes, we all have tiny dicks. Yeah.
And if you're interested in going kind of deeper into this to read, it's by Hyde and colleagues, and it came out in about 2019, I believe.
I mean... like, if we're being honest about it, though, if the clit was just a tiny penis, you would think it would be a whole heck of a lot easier for more men to find it. Maybe if this concept was explained to men, that the clit is just a tiny penis, they would be better equipped to not need a fucking map.
But this is a lot of where we get this from, but there's also, they kind of summarize all of the existent data that shows that the gender binary isn't accurate even based on science. So the main things that they highlight to sort of debunk the gender binary is the fact that there's a significant overlap in women's and men's brains, hormonal systems, and psychological experiences. One thing that they said in the article that I think like stick with me forever, especially because I'm pregnant right now, is if we actually want to create a binary based on hormones, we should have like pregnant people and non-pregnant people, because that's the most, desperate that we'll get. But still, there's so many overlaps even between pregnant and non-pregnant people. But we sort of want there to be this distinction, and what we've been taught is that there is this very clear distinction between men and women, but actually with most things, right, we see a lot more within group difference than between group difference. And that kind of goes back to that point we said earlier of there's not only this idea that there's only two genders, but that those two genders are in opposition to one another. And so really science has not supported or held up that idea. Something else is—
Wait. Look what Trendlin just found. Trendlin gets her episode of the Whatever podcast soon for this. Trendlin, send me the Whatever podcast that you want me to watch, okay? Look what Trendlin just found. Can we talk about this on anti-fascism and arts in the cultural moment with Badly Licked Bear and view archived lecture here? So we can watch the Badly Licked Bear archived lecture. California Lutheran University. We'll put this on the docket for tomorrow. We're not going to watch it today. Thank you, Trendlin, for your service. Send me whatever podcast you want me to watch. I'll fucking watch it fine. I know you sent me the one with the big fat like trans girl the other day, like a while back, and I guess if that's the one you still want, Trendlin, if you still want me to watch the Whatever podcast with like the big fat trans person, I'll do it. But just let me know. Or you can pick out another episode at your leisure.
Is this existence of trans and non-binary people? That's evidence to us, right? That there isn't just a binary. People existing and telling us that this is their truth and this is their identity should also be further evidence to us that the gender binary isn't real. It's something that we've created, and that kind of goes back to that social construction as you all talked about earlier. Also, the tendency to view gender or sex as meaningful binary categories is culturally determined and malleable. As we just talked about, there's a long history of gender diversity that has been intentionally, in a lot of ways, erased. And so—
all right, I need to pee. I'll be right back. Take good notes. Let me know if I miss anything.
There is this demonstration of that this isn't just something that has always been and therefore will always be. And it can change. It can shift over time. There's an example in here that actually Jen Yoder and I have a book out, and we use this example in there where somebody will say, well, what about, the penis and the clitoris? Like, people have a penis or they have a clitoris. One thing I would say is we're ignoring the truth of intersex people, and the even bigger truth of that what one's penis and clitoris looks like widely differ across folks who we've labeled as men or women or male or female. But interestingly, there's also this idea of like a clitoris is less than 1 centimeter long, and that's how we determine that. And then a penis is 3 to 5 or 3 to 4.5 centimeters long. But there's all these people in the middle who are they, right? Where do they fall, right? There's many people who their genitalia don't match that norm. And actually, there was a study in
listen, men with small dicks are still men, okay? Like, I feel like this is both demeaning to men and women at the same time. I wanted to get back in time to hear how women are just men with tiny, tiny, tiny dicks. But I feel like this is both demeaning to men and women. Men with small dicks matter. I don't want to sleep with any of them, but they're still nice people, okay?
2000 that looked at 500 men and found that only 55% of them fit within the normal range, which 55% is just slightly above half, right? And so is that really a norm?
Wait.
If it's only even falling within.
This isn't even correct. They're saying that the average male penis is 4.5 centimeters. That's just not right. I don't think they meant centimeter. It says centimeter though. I know they mean inches, but it says centimeter.
About 55% of folks who are labeled as men.
It's not right.
You know, just something for you to chew on and think about. But basically what science is even telling us is that this gender binary is something that we really need to deconstruct.
That makes
Absolutely.
That makes way, way, way more sense. Thank you, Maria. Maria gets the gold star for keeping everyone on track when we're being ridiculous, okay? This is what happens when we have a doubleheader presentation. We get ridiculous.
So we want to talk a little bit about what cissexism looks like manifest in our society. So we'll talk about some of the main messages of cissexism and then how they manifest both interpersonally and structurally. So some of the main messages of cissexism, which Nick defined for us earlier, are sort of invalidation of trans identities, trans non-binary realities. So we see a lot of stereotyping around trans and non-binary people experiencing mental health concerns. In fact, I think the DSM in some way has perpetuated this stereotype. We see people being invalidated through misgendering and refusal to use names and pronouns and identity labels respectfully. We see cissexism in the exclusion of gender nonconformity, so denying trans and non-binary people access to traditionally gendered spaces, whether that's bathrooms, whether that's music festivals, whether that's sort of on a small or a large scale, or just policing gender behavior to conform. So telling people that what they're doing doesn't conform to what a man should be or what a woman should be, and policing androgynous behavior overall. And then I think some of the really modern stereotypes, well, maybe they're not new either, but modern manifestations of cissexism, particularly in media, tend to portray trans and non-binary people as purposefully deceptive, particularly like with malicious intent. So if you have not seen the documentary Disclosure, I highly recommend it. It talks about how trans people and particularly trans women have been portrayed in media throughout history as being deceptive in order to be predators, basically. And we know based on the research that that's not at all based in reality.
So what she's saying is there's a documentary called Disclosure about trans women who pretend that they're biological women in order to sleep with men, and they don't tell them that they're trans until it's too late, which is a really shitty thing to do. I'm sorry. I suspect that dating when you're trans is like not the easiest thing in the world. And I have some sympathy for that. But if you're going to sleep with someone, they should really know that you're trans. And it's really unfair to people to trap them in that situation because they may not want to be with a trans person, and they're going to find out eventually. You're going to have to tell them eventually. It is extremely unfair to people. Come on. Like, if you're going to be in a relationship with someone and you're going to be fucking someone, you should at least, like, they should know what they're getting. Like, anyone can find someone to love them. I really do believe that. Like, I believe everyone has a person. I believe that everyone can get, like, I believe that in general, people can get sex if they want it. You may not be able to sleep with the person you want to sleep with, but you can find sex if you want it. Like, but if you're tricking people into sleeping with you by lying about being trans, I think that's a really shitty thing to do. And I don't think that being trans should be a way to justify lying to someone because you want to sleep with them and you're tricking them.
Show up in people's stereotypes and biases towards trans and non-binary people. Another kind of stereotype that we see commonly, my dog just joined us, is this stereotype of trans and non-binary people as attention-seeking, demanding, and I think this really ties in with other political stereotypes of people who are demanding human rights and basic respect as being unrealistic, unreasonable, kind of snowflakes. And so we want to draw your attention to these messages and these stereotypes so that you can notice when they're coming up in yourself, in your writing, in your work with clients, or even if you're not the one perpetuating it. We know that one of the main ways that oppression can be harmful is through internalized messages. So clients or people in your life who are trans and non-binary might be encountering these messages internally as well. After receiving them from the external world for so long.
Hang on. I'm sorry, Carlin. I understand it's an ideology, but wasn't Foucault a madman? These people are actually mad. I mean, that's my general impression of Foucault was into some kinky shit, is my general impression of Foucault. But like, remember, guys, like, I mean, there are different ways to see the world, man. I just think like, sometimes we go a little too off the reservation. Sometimes we do too many drugs and it doesn't work out. Okay.
And so, like I mentioned, these things, just like any other form of oppression, like racism or heterosexism or sexism, take place on both interpersonal and structural levels. So we can think of biases and microaggressions that might come out in day-to-day language. So even if you're well-intentioned and not meaning to be harmful, these underlying messages of cissexism might come out. It might be outright prejudice and discrimination, using slurs, misgendering people intentionally. And then we can also look towards structural and systemic cissexism. So, for example, there's still no federal legislation that protects trans and non-binary people from discrimination. So trans and non-binary people can be evicted, can be fired, can be released from all sorts of different positions, or not hired at all, just on the basis of being trans or non-binary in many states in the country. And unfortunately, the situation is actually worsening in many places as opposed to getting better. So just for example, in 2022, there have been over 120 pieces of state legislation proposed, not all passed, thankfully, that have been proposed to restrict the rights of trans people. And so some of the main kind of themes of those legislation are restricting access to public spaces like bathrooms and locker rooms, particularly in public spaces like schools, restricting access to participation in athletics, especially for children, and restricting access to gender-affirming medical care for children and adults. And so this is something that has a really intense effect because it is systemic. And so it might be useful for you to look up your state or the states where you see clients or where you teach or practice otherwise, and just take a look at what some of these pieces of legislation look like in your local area. Okay. Anything you want to add before we keep going? Okay.
Great. So we're going to come back to this later, but something we just wanted to point out was some of you might be familiar with the gender minority stress model, but there has been some additions to the model by Testa and colleagues in 2015, and they presented the gender minority stress and resilience model. And so this is an overview of what the model looks like. It's, again, very familiar to the minority stress model, but just specifically highlights the things that may be affecting trans and non-binary folks. So the things we really want to think about is possibly how are we contributing to this? And things like gender-related discrimination, gender-related rejection. So being, discrimination, not using somebody's pronouns that they have shared are their pronouns.
That's discrimination.
An example of discrimination. Not allowing individuals who are trans to be involved in a certain organization, or we see this happening in sports, right? So if somebody's a trans woman, there's a lot of controversy of whether they should be allowed to be involved in women's sports. Gender-related rejection, maybe having your family reject you because you've come out as your true identity, or having friends who leave you. Gender-related victimization, having someone attack you physically, emotionally, sexually because of your gender identity, and non-affirmation of the one's gender identity. So refusing to believe them that is their gender identity. So these are things we really want to think about, and what even maybe subtle ways are we sending this message, or are we contributing to these stressors that can lead to negative mental and physical health outcomes for trans and non-binary folks? Okay.
All right. So continue to reflect on that. Feel free to share some things in the chat too, especially I saw some people talking about kind of what this looks like in AWP, or if you have questions about that, feel free to.
Bot, literally, what did you just send me? Bot just sent me a video titled "How to Fuck a Trans Woman." Okay, one in the chat if you wanna take a break to watch the 10-minute video about how to fuck a trans woman. 2 in the chat if you do not want to take a break to watch the 10-minute video about how to fuck a trans woman. 1 in the chat if you want to deviate. 2 in the chat if we need to stay the course and finish this video. All right, I'm seeing a lot of 1s. Let's learn how to fuck a trans woman. We all need it. Remember, guys, if you refuse to fuck a trans woman, that means you're transphobic. Yep, 1's 1. 1's 1 the day. 10-minute deviation. This is what we train for, guys. This is what we train for these moments right here. This is on a YouTube channel called Tri-State Freethinkers. I don't know what this is at all. This is from February 16th, 2027. Your son doesn't get a vote, Trendlin. The amazing Callie Wright walks us through an exploration of all things awful, awkward, wonderful about experiencing sex and sexuality as a transgender woman. Tri-State Freethinkers is a social, academic, and activist group with over 1,300 members in Kentucky, Indiana, and Ohio. We are advocates for equal right and separation of church and state. All right, everyone ready? Gird your loins. Here we go. No fucking music. No fucking
realizing that you're the, and it felt weird in the end. And on one, being a woman.
Hang on. Go back. Go, no, forward. Yes, it's on YouTube. Yep.
Good evening. Does everybody hear me okay? All right. So, as my slide would indicate, I am here tonight to tell you how to fuck a trans woman.
Good.
It's kind of like being 12 years old and grabbing a hold of this weird thing that's attached to your crotch that you have some vague sense is just not supposed to be there. But and on one level, it feels really good, but on one level, it's not quite right. And of course, in the end, the feeling good part wins out. And then all of a sudden, there's this weird muscle contraction and this weird stuff coming out of this weird thing. And it felt really good, but the whole thing just kind of felt off somehow. It's like discovering porn with your friends and realizing that you're the only one who's excited about the being fucked part as opposed to the doing the fucking part. It's like being excited about being in co-ed sex education.
So you're gay.
And while the boys are tee-heeing and laughing and red-faced and embarrassed, I'm taking the most beautiful and painful notes, respectively, about how my body is supposed to be versus how my body is. It's kind of like knowing beyond any shadow of a doubt that my body was arranged incorrectly. And it's like being equally sure that I can never tell a single person about the way I feel. Because I saw what happened when that boy in class said his favorite color was purple. And I know exactly what would happen to me if they knew about me. It's kind of like finally having your first girlfriend at 16 and being equal parts excited about sex and mortally terrified about sex. It's like sticking your penis inside of someone and knowing that it's not only not supposed to be inside of someone, that it's not even supposed to be attached to me. And it's like the shame of not being able to perform to expectations because of that. And it's like wondering if sex will ever feel as awesome to you as it seems to feel to your friends. It's kind of like the time I realized there are basically no sitcoms that don't make a joke about my genitals and the way I have sex. It's kind of like this time I was at a bar and I saw this really, really cute guy and I thought to myself, holy shit, he is gorgeous. And I walked through the introductions in my head, but instead of trying to formulate the perfect pickup line, I was wondering whether or not to lead off with the disclaimer about my genitals. The fact that I'm trans is so far from being the most important thing about me. I don't want to make my introductions and the entire interaction about that, but I also know how many trans women have entered this very situation and ended up dead in the streets that very night because some man's pride was wounded after he found out the person that he thought was so fucking hot just a minute ago had a penis.
Honey. I don't mean to be a bitch. I really don't. People make fun of my looks too. I get it. But I promise you, whatever man you were trying to get to fuck you was not confused about whether or not you were a biological woman. But even then, even if they were confused because they had too much to drink, even if they were confused, you should still disclose that because it is not fair to trick a man into sex when he thinks he's having sex with a biological woman, but he's really having sex with a trans woman. But I don't think that he was confused in this case. I just think I'm just stating that even if he was very drunk, it still wouldn't be right. Not cool.
And it seems like the crime of possession of a penis carries a death sentence in situations like these.
No, it's lying.
It's kind of like when you decide you want to put up an online dating profile.
Listen.
You have another decision to make.
Listen. You can't, like, that it's not informed fucking consent. If you don't disclose what you are. It's not informed consent. It's not that far off from grape. I'm sorry. It's just not. It's not the penis that was the problem. It was the problem is you didn't fucking disclose it in the first place and you tricked someone into doing something they didn't want to do. As though like they have some obligation to fuck you when they don't. Exactly. This is the crowd that like asks for consent about everything. This is a crowd that basically makes you sign a fucking form if you want to like dance with someone or something like that. And you're telling me it's acceptable to hide whether or not you're trans? No. Just find someone who wants to have sex with you as who you are. Don't be ashamed of who you are. Don't think you need to cover it up to find sex. Anyone can find sex if you really want to. But don't trick people.
Do I leave out that I'm trans and wait to have that conversation with potentials only to endure all of the awful things that they say to you after they find out and being accused of trapping and tricking and leading someone on?
It's not accusing when you're actually doing it.
Do you add it into your profile in the first 2 sentences with 3 exclamation points?
Yes!
And see the number of messages you get dwindle? Or better yet, to have your inbox suddenly full of people who look at you more as a fetish object than a human being. It's like the time I finally found someone who embraced who I was and treated me the way that I knew I should be treated. We got together not too long after I started hormones for the first time, and she helped me explore this new body. It's like freezing up with nervousness and embarrassment when she takes off your bra to realize that you've stuffed it full to hide how small your boobs actually are because they cause you so much dysphoria, and then relaxing when you finally figure out that she's after you more than she's after your body. It's like the realization that you are in fact now living in a new body. Like you're finally experiencing sex in a way that compares somehow to the way that so many of your friends experience it. It's like being penetrated and finally knowing that's how this shit is supposed to work. It's like feeling the ropes tighten around your skin and nearly passing out from the euphoria that accompanies these brand new feelings from your brand new body. It's like the time I scored a date with this really cute, super nerdy chick who listened to my podcast. She came over for dinner and a movie, and we clicked immediately. We turned on a movie, and we didn't watch it at all because we were too busy talking. And so we moved to my bedroom, turned on another movie, and it was only a few minutes before she looked up at me and smiled this sly little sarcastic smile and said, "We're not watching this one either, are we?" It's like feeling more comfortable with her than you've ever felt with anyone. And first, just because she's that kind of person, she makes me comfortable. I feel safe with her. But also important, she's trans too. She gets me. There's no questions about what's going on downstairs. There's no awkward conversation to be had about what's going on in your pants and then how they're going to react when they find out the truth.
See?
Holy shit, this is...
See? You didn't need to trick someone to find someone to have sex with. This is a horrible freeze frame, but I'm going to leave it because it's like it's both horrible and too perfect at the same time. You didn't need to trick someone to have sex. You just needed to find someone who liked you for you. Now, the fact that you happen to find another trans person, fine. Who the hell cares? There are cis people who date trans people all the time. Like, some men, some women, that's what they want. Who is to judge? The issue is not whether or not you're trans. The issue is whether or not you're tricking people.
Awesome. But it's also like getting into the heat of the moment and realizing that there's been no conversation about what boundaries exist, if any. And mentally, you kind of freeze up and you're like, God damn it, this conversation is supposed to have happened already. And I don't have any hang-ups about asking for consent or guidance or setting boundaries or asking if this thing feels good or if my hand could be in a better spot or if I could be kissing in a different place. All of this standard stuff.
No, we do not advocate for that in my chat. Never fucking do that again here. No. I'm not going to get put on some fucking hate watch list because you're an asshole. Okay? I don't care if people are trans. I want this person to be happy and live a glorious life. This is unacceptable. Don't do this shit.
That's a problem. But the conversation we didn't have that we should have was the one where we discussed the most crushing physical dysphoria that we've ever felt and what we need to do to save ourselves from hours or days of feeling that crushing dysphoria by making sure that we don't touch the wrong body part. And sometimes it only takes once. It's like knowing that some trans people are perfectly happy with the way their bodies are arranged, and then some people don't want to be touched at all ever because it makes them that uncomfortable. For all intents and purposes, I've known this girl for hours. How am I supposed to know any of this? So it's like stopping when the last thing you want to do is stop to have that conversation because the consequences can be so serious if you don't, and finding out that she's pretty experienced and doesn't actually know super well where her boundaries are. So it's like knowing that you should take it slow and explore and pay super close attention to her needs and her reactions and seeing if she becomes uncomfortable. And it's like knowing beyond any shadow of a doubt that the consequences for getting it worse can be really severe. And then it's like how when you go through all of that and you have these worries and those hangups and you work through them with each other and you end up having one of the most outlandishly incredible, amazing orgasms of your fucking life. And of course, I think we all realize that for many of us, sex is not just a strictly physical experience, right? Some might even describe the best of those experiences, the closest thing that an atheist may have to a spiritual experience. So it was like having that experience
La
for like the
petite mort.
second or third time in my life. And it was like waking up the next morning and her looking up at me and asking, so, are we girlfriends now?
Lesbians.
It's like realizing that
Lesbians.
as you finish out the second puberty, your hormones give you that your libido is decreasing, and realizing that you don't want sex as much as you used to, and you desperately, desperately miss wanting it. It's like an hour of sex that ends with one of us breaking down because we started to feel dysphoric about 45 minutes ago, but didn't say anything about it because the other one was having so much fun and we didn't want to ruin it. So we went along with it anyways, despite how much it hurt. It's like knowing that's a terrible, no good, shitty idea and doing it anyways because we want so badly for our partner to get something out of this because we know what a rare thing it is for us to be comfortable enough to do it. It's like knowing that in roughly 6 months' time, she and I are both getting our shiny new vaginas installed. And a few months later, when we've healed enough for it to be safe, that we're not going to leave the house or the bed for that matter for at least a week. So, my friends, specifically, how do you fuck a trans woman? It's fucking complicated.
All right. All right. Thank you, Bot, for that gift that you gave to all of us. We're not going to forget this. And now we're going to go back and finish the other video so I can wrap up this stream. We have 20 minutes left. Thank you guys for hanging in for our double feature, including the surprise short about how to fuck a trans woman. That was deeply educational for all of us. Let's get back to business. Everyone focus.
Add that. I'm sure a lot of you are probably familiar with research with trans and non-binary folks, but we did just want to talk about it briefly. Cissexism is a system that harms people of all genders, including cisgender folks. So for example, like as a cis woman, cissexism still enforces the idea that gender is essential and therefore constricts anyone's gender expression, gender representation, and play with gender. But cissexism definitely harms trans and non-binary people disproportionately. So just some recent research that we wanted to highlight for you all that basically accounts for the model that Nick just shared. So among trans and non-binary youth, the more places that trans and non-binary youth had their pronouns and names respected, including school, home, work, and with friends, the more there were places where they were gendered correctly, the less likelihood it was that they reported suicidal ideation and suicide attempts. So we know that using gender labels correctly actually has a direct impact on people's mental health and suicidality. Among a national sample of trans people that looked at homelessness, the rates of homelessness were almost double for those who had a non-affirming family compared to those whose family were accepting, supportive, and engaged. In the past 12 months, 30% of trans respondents to that same survey, those who were at one point employed, 30% reported having been fired, denied a promotion, harassed, or assaulted in the workplace. And then in schools, over 2/3, actually over 3/4 of trans participants who were out during their K through 12 years reported discrimination, harassment, or assault at school, many of whom ended up leaving school, dropping out altogether. And so the impacts of the discrimination that Nick just covered are, they're just astonishing, and I think make it really clear to us as psychologists, social workers, and other helping professionals that deconstructing cissexism is a necessary part of mental and public health altogether. So we won't spend a ton of time on this slide, but we do want you to just think about in your role, whatever that might look like, and you probably have multiple roles depending on what you do. Where might cissexism come up?
Teacher.
How might it influence your thinking in your role, the outputs of your role, your work with other people? And these are things that you're welcome to share in the chat or ask questions about in the Q&A. But while you think about that, we will probably keep moving because time is moving quickly. So Nick and I are both going to talk about sort of some research areas that are actually near and dear to our hearts and how they connect quote unquote women's rights with deconstructing the gender binary.
Yeah, so one thing that comes up a lot, and something that we kind of touched on earlier, is this fear of if we lean into kind of deconstructing the gender binary and being more inclusive of genders, that we're going to forget about the things that, so many folks have been fighting for decades. And from our point of view, we actually think this is kind of the way to continue that work and to expand that work. And we're so grateful for the work that has been done. So my area of focus in terms of research and clinical work is focused on gender-based violence. And to be totally honest with you, when I first started this work, during my undergrad and then graduate training, I really saw that to be synonymous with violence against women. And so that was a lot of the work that I did. However, as I've really learned and grown and read, I now see that as that's a part of it, but also another part of it is thinking about violence against trans individuals. And unfortunately, we have ridiculously high rates still, even after all the work that has been done, of violence against cisgender women. So that's still a really important thing for us to focus on. And unfortunately, when we look at rates of trans and non-binary folks' experiences of violence, we see even larger rates of violence. So the most representative samples that we have to date have demonstrated that 47%, so much, almost half, 1 in 2, of trans individuals have experienced sexual assault at some point in their lifetime.
Listen.
That is
I'm not trying to insinuate that all trans people are sex workers with what I'm about to say. I do not believe that is the case. Most trans people just want to be left alone and just want to be trans and happy and have a family and settle down and all that stuff. Most trans people are fine. I'm not making an insinuation or a generalization about all trans people, but it is my understanding that there is a disproportionately high number of sex workers in the trans community. If I'm wrong about that, I'm wrong. Someone fact check me. But I want to see what percent of the 47% of trans people who have experienced assault, I want to see what percent of them were also sex workers. And I'm not saying that's an excuse for it. It's not an excuse. I'm not trying to justify it. It's horrible. It should never happen. I'm not saying it's a good thing. I just think there might be a mitigating factor in this data that I would like to see more data on. And it would still be horrible and it would still be bad. I'm just saying.
Huge issue and something that does not take us away from focusing on cis women's experience of sexual assault, but rather says this is a bigger problem than we've even been talking about or we've even been acknowledging. And we need to come together to really figure out how do we create change so this isn't something that's so astonishing. Again, intimate partner violence is more than 1 in 2. So about 54% of trans individuals have experienced intimate partner violence during their lifetime. So again, thinking about how can we take the amazing work that has come up and has been done for so long, focused on women, and really think, okay, and how is this different for trans and non-binary folks, right? How do we expand this? And therefore, I really think having that come together will make us move forward even more and reduce those rates of violence against cis women as well.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. I think this is a perfect opportunity for us to think about solidarity and coalition building, and how if we can deconstruct the systems of power that allow sexual and intimate partner violence to take place, the outcomes will benefit people of all genders. Absolutely. That's a good question in the chat around perpetrators of violence against trans folks. My most recent look at the research is that the majority of perpetrators are cis men, reported to be cis men. So.
Many of whom have hired them to.
So I'll talk just briefly about another kind of issue that tends to be conceptualized as a women's rights issue, and which we can conceptualize as an issue that includes cis women, trans men, non-binary folks, and really everyone, which is reproductive health. So my research is in abortion access, reproductive justice, and making sure that people have access to the reproductive lives that they want to have access to. We do know that the majority of people who access, for example, abortion care in the US are cis women, but trans men and non-binary people who are assigned female at birth, as well as other gender non-conforming people, also need access to reproductive health care, such as screenings for reproductive related cancers, access to birth control and other contraceptives,
Thank you.
and then access to prenatal care, birth care, and abortion care. Unfortunately, because these spaces are often so gendered, I mean, we can think about clinics that are called like women's healthcare clinics or have women in the title. Those spaces become hostile to, or can be hostile to, or to a lesser extent, maybe just unwelcoming to trans non-binary folks who aren't women. And so I think, again, if we can build a coalition based on reproductive autonomy and reproductive justice, then we can include people of all genders who deserve reproductive care, including access to abortion. All right. And then maybe we'll cover this super quickly so that we can get to the end here. But another really cool area of research that we wanted to highlight is Hoskins' research on femphobia and anti-femininity. So we know that feminists for, decades and decades have been fighting against gender essentialism and this idea that women need to be feminine. Hoskins' research has really highlighted how anti-femininity attitudes end up harming people of all genders. It devalues anything that is feminine. It victimizes people who present as feminine. And it makes what is feminine seem superficial and unimportant. And so just as feminists over, the last 70 years have fought for people to be able to express genders in all ways, when we bring trans and non-binary people into that conversation, we might be able to achieve even greater fluidity with our gender expression, kind of reinforcing that masculinity and femininity and androgyny are all valid ways of being, and we can play with them and embody them to the extent that feels right for us. So,
do we want to?
Oh, go ahead.
Do you think we should leave this as like a encourage people to do, or just given the time?
Yeah, whatever you think.
Visioning exercise. No, don't do it. Don't get sucked into any visioning exercise.
Yeah. So maybe as you are, maybe this is something to do after we close out for today, because we do want to save a couple minutes for questions. After we've closed out from the webinar today, we want to encourage you to think about what the world would look like if cissexism and the gender binary didn't exist, if we had deconstructed them and they were no longer having all these detrimental effects that we've talked about today. What would that look like in your personal life, in your professional life, or just broadly across the world? And what would it take to move closer to that vision? What might it take from you personally to move us towards that future? And in particular, if you are, thinking about how this might manifest within AWP, we want to challenge you on that facet as well. Like, what would it look like if there was no enforcement of the gender binary within AWP? And what might be our role in achieving that?
You would have a lot of men in an association for women. That would be the end result. If you didn't enforce the gender binary and you're an association for women.
And the last thing we want to do before we turn it over to you all for questions is to bring us back to that gender minority stress and resilience model, because thankfully this model has some information for us that might help with that visioning exercise of what can we do to try and impact the effects of these distal factors that society is contributing, and we might within ourselves be contributing, that then lead to the internalization of those factors, or the negative expectations or concealment of identity that again lead to negative mental and physical health outcomes, as we've highlighted. So the two things that Testa and colleagues found that really led to less like mitigated or reduced the impacts of these things on trans and non-binary folks' mental and physical health were community connectedness and pride. And this really stood out to us because we can be a part of that community. We can be a part of that place where like people, and I always get choked up when I think about this, like we can be an organization where people come and they feel proud of who they are, and they feel accepted for who they are. And they know that they can go to an AWP conference and be seen. And so I think it's really important for us to think about how can we move towards that as an organization, because I think we really can. So. Okay, well, on that note, we're going to turn it over to you all for your questions. So I think I'm going to turn it over to Gia to let us know what questions came up.
Yeah, so there are a few questions, and I'm going to try to get through the ones that I have now, and feel free to just keep putting them in the Q&A. So one we had was wanting to know a bit about how deconstructing the gender binary is, how we can consider anti-racism work, and how those two things can, speak to each other and work with each other.
It's a really good question, and I saw that come in. I think there's importance of acknowledging that there is some really strong assumptions of gender binary within marginalized groups, and I think the thing for me is to respect one's culture, right? So always invite them to share about their experiences and their reality, and they don't necessarily have to change their beliefs, so it's not our job to get people to change their beliefs, but maybe to help people know that they can change their beliefs, and also that to help them respect other people whose beliefs might be different than theirs. And the thing that comes back to me, I know there was a question about language too, of like gendered language, and so it reminds me of colonization. And so unfortunately, there's rich histories of various cultures that have been erased and colonized to be very different than maybe what they would have been without colonization. And so I think it's also important to help us like support our clients and support our folks in our lives to think about the role of colonization. So, part of why there's been some movement away from Hispanic identity, but of course people can identify how they can, but because Hispanic basically means Spanish speaking, and the Spain or this colonized a lot of countries that are currently Spanish speaking. And so the gendered nature of that doesn't necessarily mean that those cultures that were colonized hold those views as well, but rather what was placed on folks through the colonization process, which if you look at that PBS link, you can see that there was a lot of richness and diversity in gender before colonization, and still today for folks that have been able to maintain that history, often through storytelling, because it's really been destroyed from the historical record.
Yeah. One other thing that comes to my mind, when we think about the utility of intersectionality as a model, is that we know that systems of power intersect. And so cissexism intersects with racism. And, back to the idea of violence, we know that Black trans women have the highest rates of surviving and not surviving, sadly.
Capitalism.
Violence. And so I think that's a clear representation of how folks who are marginalized by both gender and race end up being disproportionately impacted by the systems that we're all trying to fight. that enable violence.
I'm just gonna butt in because I know with time we're at the last minute. And so I know, Gia, there were so many good questions in there that folks had that we didn't get to. And so maybe that'll be for part 2, or I think you all were going to maybe have this space again at the conference in Atlanta. And so just encouraging everyone to sort of stay engaged.
Oh, this
with
was
that.
presented
And
at the
Nick or
conference.
Alyssa
Oh,
or
that's
Gia,
good.
any last thoughts you want to end with
Awesome.
as we let folks go at the top of the hour?
I think what I will say is I'm going to put my email in the chat. Alyssa just did this. So if there are questions that unfortunately we didn't get to today, please don't hesitate to reach out to us. And we really want to engage in this conversation. And
I
to
don't
Gia's
know.
point, engage in it from a
I don't know
point
if they're
of
useful
dialogue,
idiots.
not a
Mixed
point
feelings.
of debate. So we really encourage folks to reach out to us. We're very open to it, and we would love to.
You're
continue
probably
this
right, though. They
conversation.
probably are useful idiots and not true
Absolutely.
believers.
And like Tiffany said, since we are going to be doing this, we also did this last year in a 4-hour model for a pre-conference. We'd love to do that again. And so if there's things that you really wish we had covered that you want more information on, not only can you ask us questions about it, let us know so that we can include that in future iterations of the workshop so that we can do better in the future.
Thanks for being here.
Thanks for being here,
One
guys.
last thing is that a lot of folks, the questions that didn't get answered were about what we do at AWP. And I think this is something that like a lot of us are thinking about, and it's going to be a community project, right? Like how do we, hold space for people to learn while making sure our trans and non-binary colleagues and friends like are able to be
I
at
should go to this
AWP
conference.
safely? How do we figure out when like
I should absolutely go. I'm a woman psychologist. Why wouldn't I go to this
And
conference?
so these are things that I'm thinking about, and I know the other folks here are thinking about. And we will have to continue to work on.
Yeah, we have a working group, and so if folks are interested
I'm gonna get myself
in
on that
helping
working
with
group.
this, I encourage you to send an email to me as well, and I can let you know kind of what we're doing, and if you're interested in getting involved in that work.
Oh, you guys got to see this website. Holy shit.
Yeah,
Holy
it'll take
shit.
all of us.
Holy
All right, it's
shit.
11:01 in the Pacific time. So
I know we've
I
gone
know it's
long
late for
today,
you all, so
but-
I'm gonna end this, and we'll all disappear in a moment.
Okay. This presentation is over, and I know we've gone long today. It was a double feature and a bonus short. But there's one more thing I want you guys to see before we wrap up. Check this out. I just went to the Association for Women. You guys are not going to believe this webpage. This is the homepage of the organization whose presentation we just watched. It's completely socialist with a rainbow logo. It's Decolonizing Feminist Psychology. I have to join. When is the 2024 conference? When is it? I want to go. I can go. Where is it? Please. Where is it? But where? Dreams really do come true. I can go. It's being held virtually, guys. We can all go to the annual conference. How excited is everyone to go to the Association for Women's Psychology Socialist Annual? It's being held virtually. Christmas morning is here. This is my Valentine's Day gift this year. My husband doesn't know he got it for me, but he loves me and he wants me to be happy. And so let me see. Registration. It's only $175 for a non-member. If someone wants to donate $175 by becoming a member on my Substack, or 2 people want to become annual members, or 1 person wants to become a founding member to pay my registration fee for this conference, I would thank you for it. Carlin.substack.com. Support my work. Help me pay for this. Let's see what the schedule looks like. Yoga. Okay, so the opening keynote, we are delighted to welcome Dr. Floretta as one of our keynote speakers. Floretta is a professor in psychology at the University of Cape Town and co-director of the Hub for Decolonial Feminist Psychologies in Africa. She works in feminist, critical, social, and decolonial psychology with special interests in intersectional subjectives, participatory methodologies, and gender-based violence, all in which she has published, something about Harvard. She's done something at Harvard. She's done something at the University of East London. All right, so that's one of our keynotes. So that seems promising. 4 subsessions. Let's see, a working group to revise the Feminist Therapy Code of Ethics, decolonializing our clinical psychology curriculum, using a psychology of gender textbook in a liberated class. Oh my God. Oh my God. Understand. I'm coming right now. I'm not even joking. I'm having an orgasm right now live on the internet. This is amazing. Everything is woke. Everything. Entitlement to pleasure and non-normative embodiment. Yo, liberating the PCOS body, cis and trans into, oh my God. Oh my God. This is like the perpetual orgasm. Like, this is just like, I just, oppressive factors in successful aging. Okay. No, Brooklyn, it's virtual. It's all virtual. Virtual. You're welcome. Decolonizing healing, treatment, and interventions for racial, cultural trauma and stress. Transformative justice. Yeah. Oh, are they? MacB, send me the link. Send me the link. Please, MacB, send me the link. DM it to me on Twitter. Put it in the chat. Do whatever you need to do to get me that link, MacB. I appreciate it. Anytime you guys find, especially virtual is like the easiest thing. If you find woke stuff in person too, also let me know that. But anytime you guys find woke virtual trainings, tell me about it. We will sign up. We'll spy stream it. We'll get more than one person registered if we have to, just for backup. Oh my. White feminists unlearning racism. Standing together, decolonializing pedagogy through shifting the systemic BIPOC burden of social justice teaching. Structured discussions. Fighting ageism and ableism, a feminist call to action. Incorporating somatic psychology through a reproductive justice framework to treat prenatal mood and anxiety disorder? What? Lightning talks, intersectionality, gendered racial experiences, and women of color. A qualitative study on digital blackface. Fetishizing of women of color in the United States. Healing from intergenerational trauma in the midst of current life challenges. Queering sexual consent. What the fuck? This session is dedicated to exploring consent practices in queer relationships and the ethical considerations in desired and undesired sexual situations. Literature on queer theory, sexual scripting, and gendered power dynamics will be our framework for considering queer sexual experiences and conceptualizations of ethical and desirous sex. Maybe in that presentation, they will explain to all of the trans people in the crowd that they shouldn't trick people into having sex with them by pretending they're not trans and telling them later. Hopefully that will be part of the queer sexual consent, because they shouldn't be doing that. What else? Demystifying colonization, decolonial, and anti-colonial approaches for feminist psychology. Feminist science symposium. Feminists have their own science now. That's great. Gendered, racial, microaggressions, internalized racism, and suicidal ideation among structural racism. Look, structural racism is the cause of all health inequities in the U.S. Structural racism, of course, you guys know this. James Lindsay's audience doesn't know this, but you guys know this. Structural racism means capitalism because the structure that is upholding racism is capitalism. Same with systemic racism. The systemic in systemic racism is capitalism. Same with institutional racism. The institution that upholds racism is capitalism. It is always the same. It is not about the race part. It's about the structure part. Maybe it even says capitalism. Look, it even talks about policing. Structural racism, consequences of health inequities. It even talks about policing in it, which of course we all know that the police are the enforcers of private property under the evil capitalist society. Let's see what else. Ordinary magic, cultural assets, and racial socialization, competency in Black mothers. That's probably relatively normal. Queercus. Oh, I want to go to the queercus. I'm going to be... I remember when I'm on the internet, I'm non-binary, queer, polyamorous, pansexual. That means I can have as many internet boyfriends as I want. Basically. I only have one at the moment, but you know, there's always tomorrow. There's always tomorrow. Sexual wellness. Okay, excellent. Excellent. Feminist science again. Oh, Palestinian liberation. Oh, I saw that. Gendered transphobia and its predictors. The double rainbow perspective, a qualitative narrative of the intersexual experiences of autistic assigned female at birth and trans femme. Wow. I need 2 people to become annual members of my Substack so I can pay for this. If you're not an annual member of my Substack, now is the perfect day because your memberships will allow me to pay for this. I appreciate it. Thank you. Carlin.substack.com. Link in the description. You can also make a one-time gift at activelyunwoke.com/support to help me fund this. It's multi-day Palestinian liberation. There's a whole session on... There's a fat phobia presentation. You guys know that I love fat studies more than any of the other critical studies because it's so crazy. There's a fat phobia presentation. I'm so happy right now. Feminist psychology. DEIJB stands for diversity, equity, inclusion, justice, and belonging. So a liberatory, liberate means liberate from capitalism, a liberatory feminist approach to diversity, equity, inclusion, justice, and belonging. Thank you, Trendlin. Hang on. I want to get that link before... Okay, my chat will catch up. This is like a lot. This is going to be great. You're not a woman. You don't experience sexism, trans and non-binary experiences of sexism in research and practice. Hang on. I'm trying to get that link Trendlin sent me. Got it, Trendlin. Thank you. Teaching gender and sexuality in community colleges. An intersectional approach to therapist burnout, considering therapist race, gender, and disability. The charmed circle of abortions. An organizing framework of preferred abort. What the fuck is preferred abortion hierarchy? Does it have a description? What is that? We propose an adaptation of Rubin's charmed circle of sex, charmed circle of abortions, to consider the multifaceted hierarchy of values surrounding preferred circumstances under which to have an abortion. In this structured discussion, we detail its 18 acts. What the fuck? What is a preferred circumstance to have an abortion? Oh shit! These people want to fuck up everything that is good and pure in the world. I swear to God. I'm not talking about abortion when I say that, obviously. I just looked at that one. Let's see. Abortion and sexual embodiment across cultures, reproductive justice, a phenomenological exploration of female sterilization, experience of masturbation and the use of reusable what? Oh, menstruation, not masturbation. I was like, I was like, are they masturbating with tampons? Like, that's not. Okay, experience of menstruation, not masturbation and reusable menstrual. Oh my god! Look at this. A qualitative study of menstruators in Israel. They don't call them women, they call them menstruators. Then they have lightning sessions for people of color only. Why liberatory feminist approaches can mitigate irrational polypharmacy and the search for magic bullets. Academic trauma. This is like going on for, guys, this goes on forever and ever and ever. Man haters or misunderstood predictors of hostility towards men. Ethical sexual regret in men. It doesn't feel like you can win. Young women talk about heterosexual relations. Oh god. Oh my god. Gender, sex and biology beyond biologisms and binaries. Asking about gender as a single non-binary construct on US federal surveys. Integrating podcasting with qualitative research design, a liberatory feminist approach. Yeah, well, what I'm thinking, Stony Baloney, is maybe we have to have multiple people streaming it to have which means I need 4 annual members on my Substack to pay. If I need to get more than one streamer, I need more than one registration. We have to do this though. Like, this is just, I wonder if it's because it's virtual, it'll be like the National Sex Ed Conference and I'll get access to all of the presentations. Like, are they going to record everything? We'll have to look around their YouTube channel and figure out if they record all this stuff. Maybe they maybe they have last year's conferences. Casmar, secret weapon. Secret weapon. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Aging as a nudist. What else? That doesn't look anything crazy. That looks actually kind of normal. That looks kind of normal. Okay, we got some normal sessions too. That's somewhat reassuring. Included, yet not inclusive. An application of fem theory on research involving autistic women. A feminist critical analysis of something, I don't know what that is. A content analysis of LGBTQ plus messages on public university Instagram accounts. Someone probably did their dissertation on looking at the Instagram posts of public universities. You can quite literally get a PhD in anything. In anything. Confronting ableism in reproductive mental health care providers. Beyond group differences, examining LGBTQ plus sexual and relational well-being. Let's talk about sex. Why don't we? All the good things and the bad things. Oh, good. Oh, good. Yep. Mm-hmm. Implementing somatic psychotherapy through a reproductive justice framework. Dude, we already saw that. They're doing that one again. Naming size biases. Fat Studies presentation number 2. Challenging size biases using narrative, analogy, metaphor, and experiential practices. Activism Caucus. They have a coming out ceremony. the Cissexism Caucus, the Women of Color Caucus Awards, Trans and Non-Binary Safe Space, Healing and Resistance Through Community Care and Sharing Joy. And this is the Caucus for Non-Binary, Sexual and Gender Diversity, Queerkiss. Thank you, Dougie, for signing up on my Substack. I do appreciate it. You're the best. Unlearning and Addressing Cissexism. Guys, it's the workshop that we literally just took. They're doing it again. Isn't that nice? We can take that whole workshop again. I never really knew. Imagining abortion access post-Dobbs. The impact of Dobbs v. Jackson Women's Health Org on women's experiences of objectification and sexual well-being. Towards a resilient infrastructure of abortion care, the abortion access worker experience. This just keeps going. Keeps going. There's our workshop. Okay, we're almost done. Latinx something, something, something. Last one. An intersectional understanding of humiliation of Muslims in India. Patriarchy in East Asian lesbian communities, a review of Confucianism and gender roles. All right. Well, I would really like to go to this conference, and I'm a woman in psychology, and so I feel like I'm allowed. So we should do this. And I'm pretty sure it's not at the same time at that No, it's not at the same time at that conference that I'm going to go undercover at. So that works out well. Excellent. Excellent. Good work today, guys. Good work. Now, do they have a YouTube channel? Okay, they have an Instagram. Let's see. Let's see their Instagram. I don't want... Oh, that's my Unwoke Art Instagram. Okay. All right. Nothing crazy. But do they have a YouTube channel? Do they have a YouTube channel? Hang on. Is there any way that all of last year's conference presentations are already online? Women for... Oh, I'm on there. What the fuck am I talking about? I'm literally on their goddamn YouTube channel. This is on their YouTube channel. I'm so stupid sometimes. So I think this is the only thing they have on their YouTube channel. I just had a blonde moment. This is all the video they have on their YouTube channel. The only one. That's okay. We can help them make more video. Everyone on board? Go team. All right. That's all we have for today. I've been streaming for 4.5 hours. That's way too long. It's already 9:30 at night. I got other stuff to do. We're not doing the Whatever podcast, but Trendle, if you want to send me whatever fucking episode of the Whatever podcast that you want me to watch, I will watch the Whatever podcast at some point this week, probably. Okay? So that's all we have for today, guys. I will be back tomorrow at 5 p.m. Do remember to subscribe to the Substack. Bing! Carlin.substack.com. You can also support my work over there for $8 a month, $80 a year. Help me bring you the Association of Women Psychologists Conference. It's going to be pretty great. All right. That's all I have. Have a good night, guys. Take care. We'll see you soon. Bye.